right, ladies and gentlemen, fellow decoders around the world, another grand day here in the sunny part of Mexico, which is where I'm broadcasting this transmission from, and I'm sending all of you a lot of that weather that you just saw right there. That was actually the Caribbean, but it's still part of Mexico, and Mexico, it kind of looks a lot like what you just saw right there. So if you're feeling that itch, tomorrow's not guaranteed. And if you can swing it, if you're on the fence, you don't have to come here particularly, but maybe it's time to head on out and spend some time on vacation, or maybe a permanent vacation, or move like I did. I just did it on a whim. So welcome out, everybody, to What's Your Question number 57. 57. I'm just going to splash this up on the screen. This was the photograph I decided to move with What's Your Question 57. Why this photograph? This is a still image from The Truman Show, and The Truman Show in numerology equals 57. So this is kind of just a friendly reminder that, you're in The Truman Show. I decided to go with some pastel colors to represent springtime. Got some violet there in the background. I'm wearing one of my shirts. This is called a lilac color. So I'm wearing a little bit of feminine color here to bring out the spring festivities, to represent the birthing of the springtime. And to kind of, share all this space with each and every single one of you. I appreciate all the support, all the love that's coming in, all of you that have been tuning in to the great research that all of us have been doing, because, again, a lot of your comments and things you're putting out there have inspired me to continue this research, have inspired me to bring these things into my decodes. Whether or not you're in the Telegram group is besides the point. We have a lot of great minds in the Telegram group. If you're interested in joining that group, I just want to let you know it's free to anybody to open up, but there is a vetting process, and the vetting process is being authentic. And the vetting process is there's no posting of any memes or funny stuff. This is not a joke. It's for serious decoding. The Telegram group Decode Your Reality. I will be putting it in the description of this video once this video gets finalized. Okay. So if you're looking to join, you can go and look at What's Your Question 56. It'll have the link in there. But again, just a friendly reminder, if you're going to come into this group is all about serious decoding. If you're going to post something about a video, you need to post something about why you're posting it. I don't want to be like any other channel. So we got some great moderators in there. Welcoming out the moderators tonight. We got Stephen and Pamela with the wrenches tonight. So welcome you two. Appreciate both of you coming in here and sharing space for however long we're going to go. Also, we have another moderator in the Telegram group by the name of Max. He's joined forces as well to keep the things running smooth in the Decode Your Reality Telegram group. We got about almost 600 people up there right now, which is great. So really looking forward to expanding things with the Decode Your Reality group. So, again, ladies, welcome out. This is Saturn's day. We're going to go right into Sunday, the nemesis of Saturn. Saturn says no. The sun says yes. The sun expands. Saturn contracts. Breathe in. Breathe out. Wax on. Wax off. Okay. Contraction and expansion. We have the Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer. Expansion and contraction. Just like it's springtime here in the northern part of the equator, in the Tropic of Cancer. But in the Tropic of Capricorn, it's in their fall time. So they're moving towards their, the end of a cycle, if you will, if you want to call it that. And they're moving towards contraction. When it gets cold, it's contraction. When it gets summertime, people want to take off their clothes. Everything expands. That's what happens. Like when you get out of the bathtub, you notice how your body feels full. Your muscle bellies feel full. Everything feels tight because heat expands. And if you go into a cryo chamber, well, certain things start to shrink. So on a male anyway. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, just some fun facts there. All right. So once again, I'm going to be looking over here to my right because that's where my second monitor is with all your comments. Maybe doing some pausing. Going to be sharing a little bit of some screen time with all of you. May get into some decoding. I have probably the the biggest decode of my research career coming out, Prison Planet 4. Now, a lot of people that are new to the channel, a lot of you that are new here, welcome out. If you're here from other channels, welcome. And I think you'll start to see that what people label me as doom and gloom, they've got the wrong image, the wrong interpretation. On the contrary, this is the reason why I decided to go with the beginning intro of Still Corners in the Trip. That was that song, the band Still Corners, the song called The Trip. What a beautiful song that is. But ladies and gentlemen, life is to be celebrated. When I say Prison Planet, it's a beautiful prison. Prison Planet, what I mean by that is you ain't getting out until you die. That means it's a prison. You're in a cell. You have cells in your body. The cell is time. Life is what you make of it, right? So if you take Prison Planet and you make it all doom and gloom, well, that's what it will become. But as I have gone through all these decodes, podcasts, sharing space with all you great decoders, I have gently encouraged all of you to make the truth your own, live out your best life. And how do you do that? By decoding yourself. Predestined or scripted reality or not does not matter. Perhaps one of the things that you're predestined to do is to decode yourself, along with, your children and all that kind of stuff, and the family members and whoever else you're going to decode. Okay. So today, April 22nd, is going to be the Queen Clubs card. Card number 25 in this deck of cards. And if you bring it into the tarot, it's going to move into card 35, and it's the Queen of Wands. Okay, the Queen of Wands being card 35 tied to the word simulation. Of course, because the womb is the matrix. I was just listening to, big shout out to Jordan over at Waters Above Crypto. I was just listening to Jordan earlier on today, and he was talking about from womb to tomb. He was mentioning a lot of cool stuff. And the womb is feminine, right? The world card. Let me take a sip of water here. I had some cashews earlier, and I don't know if you know, but like when you eat cashews, sometimes pieces of them get stuck in your throat. All right. But anyway, from the womb to the tomb, the womb is feminine. You come into this world, you're birthed into everybody here has one thing in common, and that is you were born from a female. Well, I should take that back. I guess it's now said that there are people born from test tubes. But the majority of you, I would say probably 100% of you right here, right now, were born from a womb, a female body. You came from the darkness and you were born into the light. So you're working in the light now with this, okay? So we're going to get into some fun stuff because, I've been putting a lot of content out with the tarot cards, synchronizing these tarot cards with the astrological houses. And there are some people that are like, where's the system coming from? Where are you getting these connections? I watch a lot of tarot card readers online just to find good ones, maybe to do podcasts with, get some synchronizations in my own life. And I have consistently seen people talk about cards that they link to certain energies, and I that's their truth. But if you know me, you know by now that I'm all about 1 + 1 = 2. I want to get the closest I can to the proper synchronization. Got a lot of feedback on the eclipse decoded and blood moon decoded, especially on the eclipse. A lot of people came back and, well, what do you mean? They were saying like Mars is in Cancer. Or, and they're referencing tropical astrology. So I want to be very crystal clear with all of you. I'm a fan of both systems, as the Chinese, et cetera, et cetera. But the difference between the two is about 23 degrees. Tropical astrology, which is based on the sun, is about 23, 24 degrees ahead of Sidereal Vedic. Vedic astrology based on the sidereal system is 23 to 24 degrees backwards. But when you properly look to the stars, now you get into astronomy. and you look and see where there's, you can go outside right now and you can grab your phone, and they have those apps where you can, look at your, the sky map and all that. You can put your camera at the planet or star, and it may give you a name of it, and it'll show you what constellation it's in. And what you're going to find, I would assume for all of them, is that these systems are all, and applications are all based on Vedic astrology or sidereal. Because right now, ladies and gentlemen, Mars is in the sign of Gemini. It's about ready to move into Cancer, actually. It's kind of on the cusp. It's at the tail end. So that's good news, if you want to call it good news, using adjectives to describe the news. A more pleasurable experience of Mars moving out of this Ardra Nakshatra and moving into Cancer. Okay, so, but anyway, I'm a fan of both systems. And my explanation, I'm going to be very clear. Because a lot of people have been asking me, so I want to tell this all to you. And this is my opinion. Why tropical astrology works. Why, when you go read about your astrological signs in the tropical system, which doesn't match up exactly where the planets are located in real time. The reason why tropical astrology works is because it has been practiced for a very long time. I'm not going to say thousands of years because I don't know, but I know that it's been practiced for a very long time. So whatever your definition of a very long time is, that's how long Vedic tropical astrology has been practiced. And because of the way magic works, magic is based upon spreading energy and the buildup of energy. So if you look to psychology, there's a terminology called self-fulfilling prophecy. And all that simply means is someone has an idea. I have an idea. And then they create something around that idea, a product. Maybe they come out with a brand new supplement for the body no one's ever come out with before. And then they start to sell that product and people start to buy that product. And what happens over time? People start talking about it. People start using it. They start seeing results. They start sharing it with their friends and family. That's called marketing. And next thing you know, over time, that product now has its place in our reality, under the dome, inside this reality, inside the self-contained system. And every time someone thinks about it, energy goes to it and it becomes stronger. And it becomes stronger. And it becomes stronger. And it becomes stronger. So tropical astrology, when you use that analogy, when it was first created, whoever created it, through the years of time, people have been talking about it. People have been writing books about it. People have been doing lectures on it. People have been doing readings for people. And the definitions over time, they solidify themselves in this reality. And just like that, they become real. They become accurate. They become tangible. But we all know that if you go read about a sun sign in Leo using tropical astrology, you can go take 500 different opinions. And you and I all both know that each and every one of those 500 opinions, they'll have commonalities in there, because there's a lot of regurgitation. There may be some individuality in there, sure. But not everything will pertain to you as a human being, as a Leo sun. Because in sidereal Vedic astrology, you may actually be a different sun sign. You may be a Cancer sun, since Cancer borders Leo. And for a lot of us, like myself, I call it a double sun sign. Can it be both? Yeah, because see, the foundation of my research, the foundation of how I observe this reality is that everything in this reality over time becomes real through this self-fulfilling prophecy idea. Someone brings out a new methodology. People put their faith in it. People talk about it. It starts to work. Of course, when it starts to work, you get the placebo effect and it maximizes it like crazy. So this is how I kind of observe this reality, through the foundation of magic. Magic is what makes and creates this reality. Magic is the backbone of astrology, numerology, the tarot, the cards, etc., etc. Alchemy, everything under the sun. Magic is the backbone of that. Okay, and we use it all in our daily lives, speaking our magic spells. Hey, how do you spell your last name? What's the spelling of your name? Pretty simple, right? So this is why my opinion is that tropical astrology works, even though it's not correctly matched up 1 + 1 = 2 with the star placements and the planets, because of magic. Forget about, tropical astrology, and people say, well, it's the precession of the equinox. What is the equinox? The spring equinox. Okay, that's solar. And the movement of that. That's what tropical astrology is based on. So this is why we don't need to divide and argue and debate about this. I have mentioned it so many times. Both systems work. I'm a fan of both. And you should be too. The course I have coming out will alleviate the burden of figuring out which one you are, because, ladies and gentlemen, you are all 12 signs. I get a kick out of people when they're like, yeah, my sun's here, my moon's there. And okay, great. Where's your Mars? Where's your Chiron? Where's your nodes? What's in your houses that are bare? Even though your houses are bare, there's still going to be a zodiac sign playing out its role there. All of you have 12 zodiac signs, and that is your eyeball, by the way. The astrological map of the sky is just an as above of your eyeball. The iris of your eye is the astrological map. The 12 zodiac signs, the 12 apostles, that is your iris. When you go look in your mirror and you look at your pupil, the black sun there, around it, the color, whether you have brown, blue, green, hazel, whatever, those are the 12 apostles, the 12 zodiac, the 12 Chinese animals. The tiger and the rat and the ox and the goat and the snake and the dragon. These are all inside your eye, because we observe this reality through the lens of the eye. And I say that, we have two eyes now, right? But we only have one astrological chart. That's right. But you see, you have a birthday. And that birthday chart gets fused into one of your eyes, and then the other one is going to pertain to the now moment, the chart that moves every second of every day. And just like that, everybody has two charts. You have the ruling chart of the now moment, and then you have your chart that was cemented into your reality the minute you came out into this world through your mother's womb. Okay? So another way to look at it as well, one last thing I'll mention is, and I have said this many times as well, sidereal Vedic astrology is the root chakra, and tropical would be the crown, because you're moving away from the root. Kundalini, you're rising up the chakras. Tropical would be the ending point, the crown point position, because that's what tropical is. It's forward 23, 24 degrees. That's why both systems work. And then there's so many other charts, ladies, and you get your D9 in Vedic astrology. See, in tropical astrology, you don't have the advantageous layers of the other charts through Vedic astrology. Vedic, you have sidereal, you have the D9 chart. What is the D9 chart? Well, it's different from the D1. The D1 is your birth chart. The D9 chart is based upon marriage. So now you have a whole, and it's going to look different than the D1. So then when you open that one up, it's like, oh man, another layer I got to figure out? Yeah. If you want to know about yourself that much, if you want to know about your partner that much, yeah, it's fun stuff. Okay. So what I wanted to do tonight, I'm going to get into some of your questions here, is I got all of the tarot cards here in order 1 through 12, and I'm going to tell you where I'm going to do 1 + 1 = 2. I'm going to show you what each one of these cards, where they fit. It's very simple. So if you're someone who reads tarot cards, or you like tarot cards, this may be different than what you're used to, what you're programmed with. That's okay. Again, you got to make the truth your own. So if you don't agree with what I say, no problem. Call it a day. But you see, I'm a syncretist. That's why I'm a fan of Santos Bonacci. What is syncretism? It's taking everything and putting it together and baking a cake. Taking all the ancient systems and bringing it into one. So if it's card number 1, it would fit into house number 1. The Magician is card number 1. Where would this card go? Aries, the ram, because Aries, the ram, is the first zodiac sign. The 1's right on the card. I think. Yep, the 1's right on the card. So the Magician clearly sits, if you synchronize it, in the house of Aries, which means this is a fire card. Because Aries is a fire sign, and the ruler of the Magician would be Mars. Okay. So let's get into some of your questions here. This is what's your question. Let me see if I can... And I hope to get all of your questions answered as best as I can tonight. So Pat Reed asks, what if your first and last name equal 333 in numerology? Well, Pat, first and foremost, I don't know what cipher you're using. There are many ciphers. So my first suggestion, this is from my methodology, how I learned numerology, going back over 10 years now. I prefer to use Chaldean numerology. Why Chaldean numerology? Because it works off of the number 8. And 8 is tied to the number 19, which is tied to the sun, which is tied to the word battery. Okay, it works through the numbers, and it works off of phonetics. It's not just a numerology system that is, A is 1, B is 2, C is 3. That's totally fine if we want to use that. But Chaldean, to me, and I've done the tried and true on this, and a lot of you have as well, you know that your numerology in Chaldean is going to be the most accurate when you read about your number that you're linked to. So the 333 is a very high number. I would imagine you're maybe using the English. See, once the numbers go super high, then you're forced to reduce down. See, I like to try to keep the numbers in their most authentic format and look at it as a two-sided story here. So you're going to have your double digit primary. Most of you in Chaldean, you'll have a double digit, most of you. Unless you add your mother's maiden name, which all of you should do. So you're going to get your birth certificate name outcome. Then if you add your mother's maiden name, you're going to increase those numbers and you're going to may go into the triple digits. So if your outcome is 103, let's say your total outcome is 103. Well, what would you link that to? Well, first and foremost, go read about what the 103 means. All you got to do is go to type in 103. There's a really good website. It's called Affinity Numerology. Let me show you really quickly. Hold on, let's get this set up. Oh. Hang on a sec. What the heck happened there? Okay, I don't know what the hell happened. Oh. Hang on a sec, folks. No, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. That was a big goof up here. I got a new keyboard and still trying to figure the damn thing out. Okay. All right. Here we go. So if you go to your favorite search engine, whatever you want to go to, and you type in your number 103 and you type in Affinity Numerology. This website's really good. Oh, we're going to do 10. Okay. This website's really cool. It's a good base. Okay. And you can read about what the number 10 means. Come down here. If we go to the number, let's do the number 103 because it's going to give more meanings here. So the 103, come down here, and here's all the numbers that it contains. The 1 is the dominant number because it's 100. And then the 3 would be the low man on the totem pole. And then they're going to all reduce down because all numbers end up becoming the numbers 1 through 9. And so the 103 is going to be owned and operated by the number 4. Essentially, that's your daddy or your mommy, the 4. So you're going to have a dose of all these, and you click on all these to read about it. Okay? That's how you do that when you are looking for numbers. But I would get out of using other ciphers. I would go to Chaldean. It's the oldest numerology cipher there is, okay? And there's a reason why it is so accurate. But the 333, yes, I mean, you can reduce it down to the number 9. But there are so many ways, like once you start to decode yourself, you're going to start to see you're all the numbers, just like you're every single astrological sign. What if you don't know your father's last name? Well, then you would just go with whatever you know. You're just going to go with whatever you know. That's do the best you can. Okay, so looking at your comments here. Is there one that works off of, 9? Lourdes is asking. I'm not sure if you're asking about a cipher. I'm not sure if you're asking about that. Deborah's asking, what's up, Deborah? Have I seen the movie Metropolis? I have not. I get you can imagine how many requests I get. And I know people get bummed out. I know people take me, they get offended if I don't reply to their email or can't reply to everybody, folks. I do my best. I have so many decodes on the shelf right now. It's ridiculous. I have decodes for years, essentially, and I have so many things in between that. So, someone's asking, what is your methodology for? I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name. Starry XD. What is your methodology for associating elements with the 4 suits of cards of illumination: fire, air, water, earth? Well, obviously you can do hydrogen, helium, lithium, and beryllium if you go 1 through 4, the first 4, but I think that would be a little bit watered down. I wouldn't know how to do that, to attack that. Fire, air, water, earth. You can do fire, air, water, earth through numerology. Fire being the number 16, which is kind of funny because it matches the word hell in numerology. Both of them are 16. That would be sulfur. So let me just show you what you could do here. You could do, look at that, Prisoner of War 57. The Truman Show's 57. See that? So are we just prisoners of war? I just thought that was really funny. But if you take fire, you're going to get fire, water, air. These are not in order. And earth, right? So fire would be 16, which is sulfur. Water would be 18, which is argon. Air would be 4, which would be beryllium. Earth would be 17, which is chlorine. And these, if you look at these on the periodic table, it's so interesting because I had done my bloodline decoded, and this one was a big one. Chlorine being tied to perhaps the first blood type if you're somebody who's O negative, O positive. This was tied to it. And it's got an average mass of 35. 35 is tied to the word simulation. And, the word air, when we look at the word water is 18. And it's so fascinating because Jesus is 18. Jesus got baptized with water. Water's tied to the moon. There's so much synchronization between Jesus and the moon, it's not even funny. I know we've got it pegged to the sun, but is the moon a burned out sun and Jesus is the moon? Christoph in the Truman Show was on the moon. So there is merit to this. And argon, if you read about this, it's a noble gas, and it's a very special element. Very, very special element. I would say this is definitely tied to everything that surrounds us through this water aspect. And then, fire being 16, that's kind of a no-brainer. It's tied to sulfur, brimstone and fire and sulfur. So that's kind of a no-brainer. And then air is 4, and 4 would be beryllium right here. And you're going to have to dig a little bit, to get some of these. Obviously, we're easy peasy, like, fire 16, hell is 16, earth being 17, tied to chlorine. That's the star card. Argon being tied to water. The air is really the only one that I would have to really kind of dig a little bit with the 4 elements. But that's the way I would probably approach that at first, rather than trying to figure out what element is linked to 1, 2, 3, 4 in that order. Why don't we ever talk about John the Baptist? Well, actually, since you brought it up, I did. I have a piece of I think in my 42 Decoded, one of my better ones. A lot of people say that's the best one I've ever done. I have the water cycle in there. And the water cycle, which is precipitation, precipitation with the moon, condensing with the moon, condensation with the moon, precipitation down to earth, and then you have the sun pulling the water off of the earth, and you have evaporation. And that's the water cycle. And these are fractals. Nature tells us the story. I feel that's the reincarnation-incarnation process. Evaporation, condensation, precipitation. When rain comes down, it's like new souls entering the reality, right? In a way. I'm not saying that's exactly how it is. But in my 42 Decoded, I showed John the Baptist in there. John equaling 18, same as Jesus, same as Christ, in the same numerology cipher. Same as water. This is why I have continually supported that Chaldean is I'm not going to say it's the best cipher. I won't say that. But it is the top dog cipher. And it's just really funny because the joke really is now at this point, there are certain other decoders that are big names on the world stage, and they won't use it. So we pretty much have a monopoly on it. And the reason why they won't use it at this point is because if they start to use it, people are going to start to see that, oh, wait a minute, Logan uses Chaldean, and they're not going to have that. So we pretty much, everybody here in this group that uses Chaldean, that knows how important it is, we kind of got it's not, I didn't do it by choice. We have kind of a monopoly on Chaldean. It's kind of like we own the rights to it, because other decoders that are big on the world stage that just use the 4 base ciphers, they're not going to use Chaldean at this point, because then it's going to cross over into my work, and they're not going to have any association with my stuff. I think it's kind of funny, but anyways. Oh, the base 9. Jacob's asking about the base 9 cipher. Well, you can go to the satanic. I mean, Derek calls it satanic. I would rename that, but I mean, 36. Just go with the 36. The number 36 would be equal to A, 72 will be B, and so on and so forth. And they're all just going to reduce down to the number 9 anyway. So every number, A through Z, will reduce down to a number 9. So you can't reduce it all the way down, because you'll get the same outcome for every word. That is why, if you know how gematria and numerology works, these crazy ciphers, even some of the ones I've created that are, outlandish, they all work because of the number 9. You just got to dig a little bit. Yeah, it is there. Well, I'm just in my movie, right? I'm in my prime right now with my movie. I'm not really paying attention to other people's movies. I rarely watch any other YouTube channel decoders. I do a lot of research. Some people share their videos with me, including some of the material that I have, and I appreciate it. And I try to get back to everybody, because everybody out there that are content creators, I respect that. No matter what your beliefs are, at least you have the courage to get out there and create. Most people, they just want to bitch and complain about, what they don't like about your stuff, but yet they don't have any videos of their own, but yet they know everything. That's pretty interesting philosophy, but. Spiderbite, I'm adopted. Do I always use my regular name? Yes. Whatever name that you got adopted with is the name that is going to be cemented in your reality. That's the one I would go with. And if you get really basic, if you get super basic with all of this, your first name or whatever name you go by, maybe it's a nickname, you accept that energy. Like somebody say, "Hey Logan, yeah, what's up?" What? Someone says that spell and you accept it and you adopt it and it becomes part of your movie. So like Logan's 19 and I know it's tied to the sun, right? I didn't plan it that way. But that Logan is 19 and that's what you can do with your name. You can tie and I'm going to show this with the course. It's really simple, but it's so beautiful because don't you want to get a picture of what your name means through multiple layers? Yeah. But you got to use Chaldean numerology because the numbers are going to get too high with other ciphers and then it puts you out of bounds. You can't get to a tarot card. Well, you can, but you have to end up doing a different methodology. Like with Francis Bacon, there's a very specific way to do it. To get you pegged to one exact, there's going to be one tarot card your full birth name is going to be pegged to in Francis Bacon. I'm going to show you how to do that in the course. And I'm telling you, even just with Chaldean, like I said, your first name has so much relevance because that's what you've been going by. So you've been collecting this energy. Like if you're like me, if your name is, the 19, you imagine you keep collecting this. Eventually you end up synchronizing yourself with it. And now you have the number 19 at your disposal, whatever. And that's, the good, the bad, and the ugly. What does 19 mean? Well, 19, most people that get into numerology, they instantly and automatically, they got to reduce it down. That's fine. 19 becomes 1, which becomes I. I am that I am, the sun, right? The logos. But 19 is the makeup of the 1 and the 9. And you can't get any more opposite when you spread those numbers apart. They're the complete polar opposites of one another. They form the battery, the anode and the cathode, and we live inside of a battery. The word battery is 19. So when you get an outcome for your name, you can also bring these numbers and reduce them down, but you can also pull them apart and you can get them more definitive because again, imagine your outcome is 19. Would you want to get reduced? Do you want to get reduced down as a human being? Do you like when you get reduced down, when people put you down, when people take away things from you by analyzing you and say, you're not good enough. You can't do that. When they don't even know who you are and the makeup of what you can do and your abilities. People size you up and then they end up putting you inside of a box. Well, if you take that same concept and you look at it from numbers, see, I think numbers are archetypes, just like you're an archetype. You're an energy field. Numbers have energy attached to them. Been around a lot longer than us, so they have antiquity way longer than us as human beings. So if you have an outcome of, let's say, 24, if that's what your first name equals, 24, well, then I know you're going to reduce it to the 6 and you're going to feed the number 6. But what about the 2 and the 4, man? Are you just going to leave them behind and not pay any attention to them? So you have the 2 and the 4. So the makeup of who you are with your 24 is going to be the personification of the 2 and the number 4 and the number 6. So you have a triplicate now to look at. And it just gets really beautiful because then you start to dissect the deeper meanings of what it means to be you as a human being. That's the true essence of numerology. That's what I'm bringing to the table. That's why this course that I have coming out, I think is going to revolutionize the way we decode ourselves, the way we can decode our children and our loved ones and our, significant others. And Because once you understand how somebody operates at these deep levels, because it's all code, ladies and gentlemen. If somebody writes code, if someone out there watching this right now, if you're a software writer and you write HTML code, you're writing the code to create an operating system, or you're writing the code to create some kind of software that the computer can use. But the computer's language is the code. Well, our code is magic, thinking, ideas. This is an instrument that the God can use whenever it wants. We're just instruments, little cells, fractals. You have trillions of cells in your body, and then when you go to this fractal and you're in a three-dimensional space, and I'm sitting here in front of you, you're looking at one big cell. Call it a torus field. You can call it whatever you want, but it's a cell. I'm in a cell. It's my body. And then you go a fractal up and Earth becomes the cell. And then you just keep going fractal. It's like it's a Mandelbrot set. Fractal up, fractal down, fractal up, fractal down. And it's infinite. That's why, go, if you really want to watch an amazing, if you really want to be a part of an amazing YouTube channel, there's one called Journey to the Microcosm. Amazing. Go start watching some of the material they got. They put stuff under a microscope and you get to go down and get things magnified 30,000 times, 100,000 times. Go look and watch that world and see what's going on down there. And then take what you can from there and apply that to what's going on our world. And what you're going to see is a splitting image of our world. But we don't pay any attention to the things magnified 30,000, 100,000 times because that's micro and we don't live in that world. But that world makes up our world. Without that world below, we wouldn't have this world above. So essentially, ladies and gentlemen, if you use critical thinking and you look at your life, the cells in your body, you're using them. The trillions of cells that are creating you as a human being, they're doing all their jobs, from the white blood cells to the red blood cells to carry the oxygen to keep you alive. You're using those components, but you don't pay any attention to it. Because while I'm a human being, that's part of me being a human being. That's right, you're an organism. But you see, that's the fractal in the microcosm. But those cells work for you. You're the boss of those cells, but you don't have to tell them what to do because they're already programmed once you come out into this world from the genetic disposition of what it means to be a human being. Well, if you continue on fractal, 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 and you go to the supernatural, it's the same exact situation. We become used as human beings, which is what I've been trying to get across to people. People are just having a really tough time grasping these concepts. It's Mandelbrot set everywhere. It's not that difficult to figure out, and it's not doom and gloom. It's actually very invigorating once you realize that you're in a predestined script. It's very invigorating. All right, let's get back to some of your comments here. Jackie's asking about synchronicities. So do synchronicities start happening a lot when you notice them? Yeah, because what do you pay attention to? Pay attention's back. As I have said, for fun, right? When you start observing the code starts observing you back. It's not just AI listening to you or watching you type away on your social media, and then next thing you know, you're being marketed to by the items that you're talking about or the items that you're looking up. You know how all of you know how this works. But you see, ladies and gentlemen, I am living proof. I have stated and showed this, not just said it, but showed it many times. That if I've eliminated the AI and I've literally gone from the voice in my head and it operates me. I'm at a position right now where it's all in real time now. The synchronicities. I'll be decoding something and I'll just I have my Echo Dot on my table. I know some of you be like, how could you I don't care if anybody's listening. Don't give a shit. Don't care. You can listen whatever you want to listen to. Don't care. Got nothing to hide. Anyways, I'll be sitting here in silence. I wear my headphones a lot here in Mexico because I work at night a lot and I like the sound, but I put my headset on, I put my music on or my meditate, whatever I'm doing, and I'll be decoding, and then sometimes I'll pull my headphones off, I'll take a break, and I'll say, Alexa, play, I'll just come up with an artist in my head. I've done it so many times, and I've showed all of you through the decodes over the years this truth. And a song will drop from what I asked, from the voice in my head now, not from artificial intelligence. And it comes through as a message. And it blows me away. It happens constantly. And this is why I had thrown the question out there on this last decode called Blood Moon. Do you think the moon could be in control of your mind? I know that sounds really science fiction-y, right? But this is what the research I'm doing is coming down to, folks. That's what it's coming down to right now. Because there's a lot of people who, in the decoding world, there are some people, there was this, I'll tell all of you something. I got some cool information to tell you. So there's this BBC 1968 it came out. It's called 30-Minute Theater. And there was an episode that's been going around on the decoding world called The Newsbenders. And I got inspired by, who was it? Mr. Savage, I think. Big shout out to him. He's a fellow decoder. He had mentioned it to me again through one of our conversations, through one of the replies, whatever. But anyway, that show, if you want to watch a really, really thought-provoking 30-minute show, go to YouTube and type in The Newsbenders 1968. Go watch that. Anyway, there's this thing going around about there's this supercomputer running our reality. It runs our reality. And this goes in line with 42 and Life, the Universe, Everything, and the question, what life's all about. And anyways, the show is about these people who, they put everything into a computer, it spits out what it wants you to do, and they listen to it, and they end up controlling the masses through the mainstream, through the news. Which of course happens, right? Because they put out things on the news that people end up believing. Again, going back to what I said earlier, what is a self-fulfilling prophecy? I come up with an idea. It doesn't have to be real, but I put a lot of effort into it. I market the hell out of it. I put a lot of emotions into it through fear mainly. People buy into it. And just like that, instantly and automatically, you now have something that's not real, but, and it becomes real. It happens. People do this for attention. They'll lie about some kind of story. They'll take a picture and mock it up in Photoshop and put it out onto the world stage just so they'll get attention from people. People do it all the time. But anyway, this show, The Newsbenders, 1968. Of course, 68, if you've been paying attention, check out my Gematria Decoded. Slipknot, their song, 2008. Gematria, the killing name, is 68. 1968, this 30-minute theater comes out called The Newsbenders, starring Donald Pleasance, who was the main actor in the Halloween series. Jason. Michael Myers, excuse me. Anyways, I got inspired by Mr. Savage, fellow decoder, and I ended up reaching out to one of the writers of that show. And I couldn't believe it, but I got a response back. And he was a beautiful man. He was like, he was so grateful because he hadn't seen that show in over 50 years. So he said it was very nostalgic for him. And he was so grateful that I reached out to him. And the question was, I'm like, hey, where did you come up with that idea? And then he's like, well, I was part of it, but really the writing went to my partner. So he gave me his information. I reached out to him. I haven't heard anything back yet. But I'm doing like research on this, folks. Where these people come up with these ideas. But my foundation stands at this point. Even if somebody even if people are manipulating the news in the sense of that, like putting out fake stories, it doesn't matter because their minds are being used to create the fake stories. It's just a fractal. It's a Mandelbrot set, as I have already discussed. So there's no escaping this. Yeah, big shout out to Jordan. Jordan, when we did our podcast with Jason from Archaics, I had asked the question, and Jordan said the purpose, there is no purpose in life. Life is the purpose. Beautiful. It's true. All of us are, as horrific as this may sound, and it's not meant to be horrific. Prison Planet, the title gets your attention, but it doesn't mean what it says. Your perception of what Prison Planet means, if you're going to think, oh my God, now I got to get out. A lot of people want to get out of here, but they don't even know where they're going to go. They have no idea what it looks like. And then some people will say, well, anything's better than this. Well, what if it's not? And then you can't go back. So there are some ways through free will to change your circumstances. And the very first requisite is turn off the static on the world stage. That's how you first change your life. It's a big step, but it's an easy one. Stop giving your energy to the mainstream. That's requisite number one, if you want to change your life. And then you got to start to sacrifice things in your life to make the change, which is you may have to end up getting rid of some of your hobbies that you do to put energy into some things that you may not want to do, like taking some seminars or doing things on repetition or eating better that you don't want to do. Because, usually shitty food tastes better. I've given this scenario so many times, and I'm going on averages. If I brought 100 strangers into a room, and you laid on the table steamed broccoli and pizza, what do you think's going to get eaten first? The pizza every freaking time. Random people. Now, if you pick 100 vegans, well, then maybe it's a different story. I didn't say that though. I said 100 people, all random people. Folks, I'm telling you, the pizza will get eaten first. The broccoli's going to get cold. That's just the way our reality is. Face diaper, talking about detoxing. That's right. I do these green box detoxes. We have another one coming up soon. It will be the number 3, green box detox 3. But what about detoxing? And I had mentioned this during the detox 1, I think. When's the last time you detoxed your mind? Huh? What does that mean? Yeah, well, when's the last time you detoxed your mind? Well, how would you do that? Well, again, it's very simple. Turn off the mainstream. It's really that simple. You don't have to be like extreme, like I'm, just going to stop from social media, but social media obviously is another platform that will have a lot of mainstream in there until you get your algorithms sorted out. If I go to my Facebook, I don't see a lot of news because the algorithms have moved now to what my tastes are. However, it's very easy to sit on Facebook or Twitter or whatever your favorite platform is, and 30 minutes goes by and you're like, what the hell am I doing? Holy shit, I gotta go. Senseless scrolling, I call it. And you're just feeding other people's timelines. That's essentially what social media is. It's food. You're feeding other people's timelines. That's why people put out attention grabbers. I just, when people, and everybody's, their lives are their own, but when I see people putting out really personal shit, I shake my head. I'm like, man, someone just wants attention. I get it though, because that's what people are used to. People are used to, not everybody, but a lot of people are used to getting attention through, putting their stories about their personal life. And they're going to get it from people. So the less time you spend on social media, the better your life's going to become. You turn off the mainstream, the better your life's going to become. When you stop talking about it, your life's going to become. That's detoxing your brain, detoxing your mind. Making a plan. Making a plan of what am I going to do at this time now? Like a lot of you, if you actually monitored the time you spent on social media, you'd probably be shocked. So if you had to figure out on an average, if we laid we're talking about doing some strategy here, life strategy, looking at your life, laying out all your habits on the daily, and then seeing exactly what you spend your time on. I think a lot of you would be shocked. And then we say, okay, well, you spend 2 hours a day on social media. Not uncommon. Well, we're going to pull that from you. Now you don't have the luxury of doing that. It's like getting grounded again as a kid. No cell phone, no TV. What would you do with that 2 hours extra every single day? Well, if you put into your utopia, that's the universe winning. That's how the universe makes changes towards the utopia. The universe does not make changes towards the utopia by focusing on the dystopia. Or talking about, well, it's their fault. It's them, it's they, and they're screwing everything up. And look at the laws they're passing. That's all feeding the dystopia. That's not how a utopia is created. Hayden's asking, have you looked at Vibes of Cosmos? I have not, no. Yeah, I've seen these dumb phones. I just don't see them. I see them dying out quickly. I can't see them. And I'm not, it's not to say that simplifying your life is the way to go. It's discipline is the way to go. I just don't see these phones, these simple dumb phones, whatever, where you can't access anything. I just don't see it lasting. It's a cool idea, but ladies and gentlemen, just focus on your discipline. And you won't have to spend more money on a phone, another plan, or get used to fumbling around with just focus on your discipline. That's it. Well, how would I do that? Practice it. It's not that hard. So again, I'm just going to revert you all back to the great Bob Proctor. The late, great Bob Proctor. Big shout out to him. If you want to change your life, like Bill Donahue said, if you want to change your life, you have to change your life. I have it right on my website, right on my main page of cosmicsugar.org. If you want it to change your life, you have to change your life. I got that from Bob Proctor, from watching his seminars. That's me being a fan of his work and his research. And then all the other people that were behind him, before him. So if your life sucks, if you don't like your life, if you don't like who you've become, if you want to make changes in your life, something has to be sacrificed. You got to do something different. And it's not just doing something different once a week. Yeah, well, actually, yeah, you can do it once a week, but that's the slow route. If you're raising your hand and say, yeah, I want to fast track my change in life. That's what I want to sign up for. Well, then go make the decision to do that. Well, one of the requisites I would say is go invest in Born Rich. It's free. But you know the studies over the years, you know why people don't do the free stuff or last? Because it's free. There's no value. They didn't spend $1,000 on it. So it has absolutely no value. But when you can start to level up on your DNA activation and realize that the best things in life are free. You know, I just saw this great meme and it says, and I'm probably butchering it, but this is kind of how my interpretation of it is. Do you want to know how you can print money? Do you want to be able to print money? Go plant a garden. Pretty cool. That's printing money. Go build a garden. If I had a house in a backyard and it was actually, no, I'm not even saying, there was no ifs. If I had a house with a backyard, that sucker would have a freaking garden. Absolutely. As many vegetables and fruits I eat, pfft. If you have a house and you have a backyard and, you know, go get a garden, go build a garden. What are you waiting for? Well, it's cold and there's always going to be something, folks. It's this, it's that. I got this. Just go ask somebody in the neighborhood if they're a gardener and they'll split it with you. They do the work. Barter with them. If you want to print money, man, go plant a garden. It's amazing. Gerard said, if the pizza has pig on it, I'll eat the broccoli. I'll just pull the pig off. I'm a sucker for pizza, man. I'll just pull the animal parts off and just eat the pizza. I mean, I eat the broccoli too, but it just doesn't compare to pizza, man. It just doesn't. Not in my book. But anyway, going back to Bob Proctor, I got off track. So this is a special day because it's tied to him and his birthday. And I'm gonna decode this guy. I'm a student of his. I've been to his 30th anniversary, Born Rich in Los Angeles. It was amazing. I got to meet him, got pictures with him. I mean, I was in awe, man, because I was like, eat, sleep, and breathe this guy for years. That was my dedication to changing my life. That was my sacrifice. How bad do you want it? Most people don't want it bad enough. A lot of you here will say, yeah, I want it bad enough, but you don't want it bad enough because you like your life. You like your shit. As much as you say you don't, your actions speak louder than words, as they say. That's not actions speak louder than words. That's why most New Year's resolutions fail within the first 60 days. I think the statistics is like 80%. That's ridiculous. Why? Because more people are interested in what they are programmed with than to change. I'll do it next year. Well, it's okay. I'm 50 pounds overweight. That's totally fine. You know, everybody knows me like this. And there's so many justifications. Anyway, going back to Bob Proctor. Bob Proctor, he was born on July 5th. That's why it's special, because today's, what's your question? 57. Bob Proctor, born on July 5th. That's 75. It can also be written 5-7 if you go to the European countries. 75 is tied to Lucifer, the light bringer. So was Bob Proctor the devil? Do you know how many people that guy helped? If you know his story and you go research his story and you go and watch his seminars and you see exactly what he did, I know not everybody's going to like the guy. I'm sure there's some skeletons or dirt people are going to put, but I'm not interested in that. I want to know the good that he did for the world. So he was born on July 5th. Guess what his birth card is? The 10 of diamonds. This is the epitome of the cards and how beautiful and orchestrated our predestined reality is. Bob Proctor was born on July 5th. This is the 10 of diamonds. It's card number 36, tied to the 74th card in the tarot called the 10 of pentacles. This is card 36 tied to the word operating as an operating system. This card right here is called Fortunate Blessings card. Some other high notable names you might know that have this as their birth card. How about Tom Brady, the record holder of Super Bowls? How about the artist known as Prince? How about Michael Jackson? 10 of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, 10 of diamonds. Not everybody that gets the 10 of diamonds obviously is going to have that kind of success. But the potential is there. Bob Proctor was a 10 of diamonds. He applied the principles. He was big into the law of attraction. Here's the 10 of Pentacles. I'm using the Astro Matrix deck. If you like these cards, I'm using this deck right here. It's like $30. I love the cards. A little bit taken to get used to, but there's the 10 of Pentacles. This card, it's success. That is why, Bob Proctor didn't need to sit down with somebody and decode his life like I do with like astrology. He didn't go that route. He just got really in debt, and that promulgated him to get out of debt. And then he met somebody, Earl Nightingale. Was it destiny for him to meet Earl Nightingale? I say abso-freaking-lutely it was. It was in his DNA code to meet this guy. And then he joins Nightingale and Cole, and he becomes this superstar personal development guru. Destined to be this, folks. That's why it's so beautiful to be in the now moment and say, it doesn't matter when you look at where you were or what you've done, because just like that, someone could walk into your life and be that Earl Nightingale, or be that, I can't remember the guy, I should know this, but it wasn't Earl Nightingale, but it was somebody else that walked into his life that changed his life forever. I can't remember his name. But then he joined Earl Nightingale and that personal development group. And then his income just started to skyrocket, and then he went to teaching it. He was born to do it. And like I often say, he didn't have a choice. So, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter what happened to you in your past, all your circumstances, anything some of you are still holding on to guilt. You feel guilty. Freaking get rid of that garbage. Doesn't serve any purpose in your life right now. Do a mental detox. Get rid of a lot of your beliefs. Get rid of your guilt, your shame, your resentment. Throw all that stuff in the trash. And then the sacrifice is, once you get rid of it, you've got a clean slate. Now you start to implement some strategies such as Born Rich, and your life starts to take off like a rocket. You end up meeting somebody there at a seminar. You may end up meeting somebody because you're now putting yourself into this new scheme of things in life, because it was part of your destiny. It's just so beautiful. That's why the now moment is all that matters. The now, right now, is all that matters. And it could just be tomorrow, today could be the day where someone walks into your life to change your life forever, just like it did for Bob Proctor. Guy walked into his life, changed his life. He was supposed to, though, I say. So I hope this excites you, gets you motivated, because maybe this is the message you need to hear to get your activate your DNA upgrade. To say, you know what? Yeah, this is the message I wanted to hear tonight, or today, or whenever it is you're listening. I'm going to take this and I'm going to make changes in my life. That's why life is, when I say prison planet, it's a beautiful prison. Okay, going through your comments. Everybody here from Archaics, welcome out. You know, that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. You know, like, not only am I a decoder, but I'm in personal development. So, you know, it's great to decode things. It's great to look at history and chronology as Jason does, and, you know, break down the timelines and what may have happened back then. But, ladies and gentlemen, the past is absolutely dead. It is dead. It is no longer valid in our reality right now. And this is the approach that I would hope all of you are taking at this point in your life. The only thing that matters is right frickin' now. That's it. So honestly, like, I love Archaics' work, and he's doing his job. That's what he, obviously part of his incarnation. But I'm not concerned what happened 2,000 years ago. It's fun to look at it, but it has no bearing on my life. The only thing that has bearing on my life is right now. That's it. So let's talk about the now moment. Have you really had this critical conversation with yourself? What's going on in your life right now? So if I got to go visit with you one-on-one as a strategist, and I got to sit with you and we laid out all the things that you're doing in life, all your habits, the people who are the people, who are the Jim Rohn, the great personal development coach. You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Who are those people? See, I don't spend time, I don't really have any friends here where I am. No, everybody's gone. It's okay. I'm in hermit mode still. My friend, all of you, you're my global village. So I've been focusing on this, and it's been growing, and this Decoded Reality channel has been growing, and it's been growing. Everything you see, all my subscribers, it's all organic. I don't do any really marketing for it. It's been growing organically through elbow grease. Because this is what I'm focused on, the now moment. Building it now, waking up, building it now, helping people. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? I freaking love every minute of it. I want to get you there. What is it going to take to get you there so that way you wake up and say, I can't wait to start my day today, instead of looking over and saying, man, life sucks. This sucks. And why are they doing this? Why did they pass this bill? That's freaking sucking you dry, and you're not even paying attention to it. So if I laid out all your habits on the table, and I got to sit with you and do an interview with you, what would we find? What would we uncover? If you're willing to be authentic, that is. Some people wouldn't. What are you spending the majority of your day doing? Complaining? Talking shit about them and it's their fault? Sharing news on the mainstream, sharing news and mainstream stories on your social media page. A lot of you, I think the funny thing, I don't watch TV. Yeah, but you got a phone. Stop saying that. The phone is the new TV. You're saying that to make yourself look good, which I get it, because that's what life's all about. Everybody walking around just wants to look good. I look good. I get it, because everybody wants to be liked. And when you're feeling down, you may put out some stuff on social media, get a little boost, get a little fix. You don't need any of that stuff. Just get out there and be a creator. But you got to know and define what you are. And again, you got to lay all your things out and figure out, okay, what are my habits? What am I doing on the daily? What's taking up the majority of my time? I know it ain't brushing your teeth. You're not spending an hour a day brushing your teeth. I know it's not in the shower. Sleep, yeah. But besides sleep, what are you doing on the daily? What's the biggest chunk of your day going to? That's where you should start. Ladies and gentlemen, take into consideration, I'm looking at your comments here. I want you to take it, and Jordan has been a proponent of this as well. I'm just saying, I'm grateful for the resistance. I'm grateful for the persecution. I'm grateful to look over and see what they're doing. But when I had come out with a post on neutrality, and people just still don't seem to get what that means. Because I get people with these moronic comments. What about the kids that are being tortured? What about it? Why? See, when you make a comment about, when I say neutrality and your comment is about children and getting, I already know where your focal point is. If that's the thing you're going to post on, I can read you like a book. Neutrality, ladies and gentlemen, is looking at something that you call evil and not giving it energy. That's neutrality. And if you can't do that, then don't pay attention to it. You think it's just, you do feel guilty because you're not doing something about child trafficking? If you are that guilty about it, go work in a child trafficking company or go join the force. If you're that concerned about it. And I'm not being heartless here. I know that stuff happens, ladies. I'm not going to, do you think I'm sitting there tuning in, watching this stuff on the news? I don't need to watch it. I know it exists. It doesn't need my energy for it to exist. It exists automatically. Me tuning in is just going to feed it. So if you want to do something about that, go work for an organization that helps that. That's actually being a creator instead of complaining about it. That's a lot of people turn to. What about this? What about it? I decide not to tune into it because I don't want to feed it because I know how magic works. Do you? Obviously you don't. I'm not going to tune into it. It doesn't deserve my energy. I don't want to feed it. It doesn't need my gas. My gas is sacred. I want to give it somewhere else. So it's like I'm coming on here. Like I do. People don't even like people when they see my decodes. They don't know I do 4 5-hour podcasts. I sit here. I'm not getting anything from it. I am getting something from it because I appreciate being here and being able to share space with all of you. I'm getting a message out. It fuels me knowing that like I'm a humanitarian. A big piece of me is a humanitarian, folks. Been this way my whole life, helping people, helping people, helping people. I don't need people's permission to do that. Neither do you. But it doesn't take me focusing on trafficking and murdering. That stuff is going to exist with or without my intention to it. I'm going to take the energy that you want to spend on giving that your gas, and I'm going to go plant a garden. Or I'm going to go help somebody in need. Or I'm going to come on here for 4 hours and I'm going to help you here. Or I'm going to do a reading for somebody. That's me creating a utopia. My neutrality is I'm not paying attention to the things that you call evil. Doesn't mean I don't care. It just means that I know how it works. I don't want to feed it. It's that simple. But people just can't get these concepts. Yeah, observe, don't absorb. It's a good way to put it. I see now. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, if you know personal development, if you have been in the personal development world, okay, you know what you focus upon is what you become. See, I want the best version of you. If I get to meet some of you, don't show up, man, all jacked up and goo-goo energy, man. I'm not interested in that. I want the very best version of you. Don't you? How would you create the best version of yourself? How would you do it? What would the things be that you'd have to do to become the best version of yourself? Well, obviously, from a very basic standpoint is you get rid of the negative things in your life. Duh, it's a no-brainer. So when you start cutting out the toxicity and the things that are negative in your life, even people that you hang around with, Your life will improve, which means that everybody in this reality that are close to you, they're going to see it. They're going to feel it. Man, something changed about Rebecca. Don't you notice that? She's like a whole different person. People change because they make changes in their life. So that's probably what the very first requisite, ladies and gentlemen. Look at your entire life. Every one of you tomorrow, write down on a piece of paper all the daily things that you do, the people you hang out with, who's toxic, who's not. Are they going where you're going? Do they have what you have? Do they build you up or do they suck you dry? Do they complain or do they create? That's my meter. Are you a complainer or are you a creator? That's my meter. If you're a complainer, I don't have time. It doesn't mean I'm heartless. It just means I figured the game out. Like I said, I had posted in my neutrality, I said, just because you throw your sword down doesn't mean you're a coward. It means you figured this game out. Throwing the sword down meaning I don't want to play that game anymore. I got my own game to play. You're welcome to come play my game, but don't bring that shit around me. Don't bring your juju shit. Bellsprout says, a question, does demon mean information? You mean daemon? You mean in computing? You talking about that? I would imagine that's probably what you're referring to, maybe. Going through your comments. Thanks everybody for being here. Appreciate all of you. Jacob says, I would get off YouTube and Twitter for the most part. I would imagine that's referring to what would you do differently. You know, again, ladies and gentlemen, this is your stimuli. Then I would just, like, what stimulates you in life? I had postulated myself. I'm like, man, what would I do if the internet went down and my computer got trashed? I couldn't go online. I'm a digital creator as well. I'm an artist. I don't use a paintbrush. I use a mouse. So if you take that away from me, yeah, it would be a big blow. I'd have to reinvent. I mean, I have other things that I can go into if those things went down, and I'd be happy doing them. Music, food. I'm an artist. And many of you have untapped talents because because you're so programmed. You got to undo the programming. Like getting a lobotomy, some of you. One level up is asking, do I grow my own stuff? No, I don't have the ability to grow stuff where I'm at. So I'm reliant upon, what I have here. But if I had a house with a backyard and the ability to grow a garden, my ass would have garden. My sister does. She lives in Massachusetts. She's got a garden. She grows her own stuff. She's a baker. She's a cook, Not by trade, but she's really good at cooking and baking. So they have vegetables all the time. So Maddie's asking, can you talk about creating out of love and not fearing what people think and ways to compound the confidence? Shut off the outside world. See, the first thing that each and every one of you should be doing on the daily is decoding yourself. The reason why that should be a main priority in your life is because once you start to read about who you are, And you'd be like, yeah, oh my God, that's totally me. Oh my God, yeah. See, like I just talked about Bob Proctor, 10 of diamonds, right? There are people out there right now who are 10 of diamonds, and they don't even know it. And they're not confident. And they got people around them that probably tell them they're no good. But if they read about the 10 of diamonds and they finally solidified it in their life, they're like, oh my God, that totally makes sense. And then you had somebody like coaching them, or at least they started to have their mind infiltrated with all this beautiful stuff. How would you be able to do that? You got to sacrifice. You got to cut things out. Once you start to operate through these layers and you figure out exactly what makes you tick, what's your strong points, then you start to own that. Then that becomes your foundation. You want to create your foundation. Some of you have foundations that are not the foundation that you should have. That's okay. At least knowing that is better than not knowing it. So you start to decode yourself. You start to figure out exactly what your talents are, what you're good at. See, when I do readings for people, I tell the client, I tell people, I'm the tour guide, man. I'm going to show you your amusement park, but what I'm going to tell you today are confirmations. And that's exactly what people want. They want to be told what to do, or they want to be told how great they are. Every single one of you here, you want to be told how great you are. It's not egoic for somebody to tell you your talents. That has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with it being all prideful. It can. It's owning who you are as a human being. It's very simple. If you have a car, I've talked about this so many times, I'm going to say it again. If you have a car in the glove box, there's probably an owner's manual. You probably never pulled it out. The car breaks down, you'll pull it out. That's the owner's manual to the vehicle. Then you, as a human being, in a different fractal, you have an owner's manual, which would be the cards, which would be astrology, which would be numerology, which would be the Enneagram, personality types, the totem pole, all the layers that we've been talking about. So you chip away at that every single day to look at your owner's manual, look at your owner's manual, look at your owner's manual, look at your owner's manual. And you do it. And the one thing that all the gurus in personal development, they all had in common, repetition. They did it over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Mozart, one of the greatest composers in the piano world, started composing at the age of 4. Now, even if that's not true, let's say he started composing at the age of 10, the kid was still a prodigy. But he still practiced. Repetition, 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 That's how you become great at what he did. You know why you're great at what you do? Even if it's mediocre results, you have a lot of practice doing it. If you have mediocre results in your life, you got a lot of practice at doing mediocre things. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you have a lot of practice at living paycheck to paycheck. It's okay to accept the fact that you have a habit of being paycheck to paycheck. You're in that space. Then there's going to maybe some of you, there's tons of success stories of people that say, you know what, I'm not doing this anymore. I deserve more. And they do something different. You got to do something different. You can't do the same thing when you're in that program. You got to break free from that. You can't live in a program state of living paycheck to paycheck and be wealthy. That just doesn't work. A lot of you right here, right now, would salivate at an extra $1,000 a week or $1,000 a month. It would set you free. Just that amount right there. So go get it. And I know a lot of you, well, I don't know how. Go watch Born Rich. That's the owner's manual to earn more money. But you know what? I've turned on so many people onto it. You know how many people actually stick doing it? Less than 1%. I'm telling you, less than 1% of the people I send over to do Born Rich stick with it. Because it becomes uncomfortable, because then like, I want to watch my favorite show, or I want to go hang out with the boys, or I want to hang out with the girls, or it's poker night tonight, or I got this, I got to do this. And then the excuses come, and then the next thing you know, you go right back to the mediocre life you had. You bitch and complain about it, but you don't make the changes. You got to make the changes in your life, ladies and gentlemen. Go back to the simple, basic fundamentals of your life. Look at your life. If your life's not the way you want it, something's got to change. What is that changer? What's the marker in your life that has to change? Bruce Lee's asking about Santos saying he hated mosquitoes. I think I have it. I think I already have it uploaded. I just think it's private. I'll if I remember, I'll take a look. See if I can find it. JJ Reckon says application of knowledge yields fresh fruit. Bam! Exactly. You got to apply you can read 1,000,000 books, but if you don't apply any of them, well, you just read 1,000,000 books. Good for you. They may hand out some trophies for that. When you read 1,000,000 books, you may get a trophy for that, or a plastic trophy or something. The application of the information. That is what you will create change with, not consuming. You know, it's the same thing if you have somebody who consumes a lot of calories, but they don't use the calories, they become obese, they put weight on. You take that same individual, you put them in a gym, they work out, they pump iron, they do cardio, they eat the same amount of calories, they become more muscular and bigger and more fit. What's the difference? One's using the calories, one's not. Same thing in the perspective of reading and knowledge. People can read till they're blue in the face, but if you don't read, you just hold it internally, it does nothing. You must apply the knowledge. You must put it into action. Same thing with the fuel and what we just talked about. If you consume a ton of calories and you do not use those calories, you will become obese eventually, or at least you'll start become bigger and bigger and bigger. Same principle. I don't know, your avatar is kind of funny. I don't. At what point does one say I have enough, I am enough? When you say it. Folks, simplify your life, man. Whatever you say goes. Everything that I have said here, these are things to warm you up, to motivate you, to get you into action. Great. You know, I've been to so many seminars, and the same outcomes happen. Most people don't take action. They go, they listen, they take notes, and then life gets in the way and they go back to their mediocre life that they hate, but they don't make the change, so they go back to the mediocre life that they hate. All of you should not be living a mediocre life. It doesn't mean you have to be $1 million a week, $1 million a month, $1 million a year to have more than a mediocre life. That's right. Pamela says, be your own guru. Instead of waiting for the guru, you are the guru. That's the Hierophant in the tarot, by the way. This card right here. Let's get into some tarot, shall we? Right here. Bam! This is for everybody. This is the Hierophant card. The Hierophant is a word that means guru. Card number 5. That's why you have 5 fingers. 5 toes. The 5th house of astrology is what? Leo, the lion. What does a lion work for? The pride. What does pride mean? Your ego. You're the guru. The 5th house of astrology is ruled by the sun. You are spirit into matter. Like the great band Tool says, you are the sun becoming. You are sun becoming. One spark. 1 foot nailed down. They know what's up. That's right. Knowing is not enough. A lot of people are smart. They don't have, but their lives are not where they want them to be. Application, repetition. Application, repetition. A lot of you are very good at applying the repetition of a mediocre life. I used to be one of them. I used to be living out a mediocre life, and I had a lot of practice at it because I did a lot of repetition at the same things every single day. I did the same things every single day. Mediocre, practice mediocre. I'm going to practice some mediocrity today. I mean, how many out there really are saying, you know what, I think I want to go practice having a mediocre life? No. No way. No, none of you would willingly choose that option off the box. Thoughts on Andrew Tate? Don't care. He's just a player in the game. Doesn't know me, I don't know him. That's it. Don't pay attention to him. See, some of you here, you're actually talking about what's happening with these people's lives, which means you're paying attention to their lives. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, by the way. I'm just pointing out the obvious. If you know what's going on about these people and what they're doing in their lives, it means you are giving them gas because you're paying attention to their life and you're paying attention to the news. Tells me all I need to see here. And again, I'm not being an ass. I'm just pointing it out so you can be aware of it. I don't know anything about what's going on in Andrew Tate's life because I don't pay attention to him. I don't know anything that's going on in Elon Musk's life because I don't pay any attention to his life. Yeah, I've done a decode on him, but that's it. I don't know anything that's going on in the cryptocurrency where I don't pay any attention to it because I don't tune into it. I have some, but I don't tune into it. Some people trade it. That's great. I don't do that stuff. What you're seeing with my channel, and not just that, but I mean, I'm certified in nutrition. I'm a health person. I do the Green Box Detox. I help people through that right there. I'm constantly trying. I'm a helper. I'm a global village helper. I'm a humanitarian. That's what I'm focused on. Yeah, I decode reality, but I'm showing you what's going on. You see, I'm showing you that the people that you don't like, they're being used. So once you establish that as the foundation of like, oh, their lives are being used, so then stop paying it to, who cares then? It doesn't matter what they're doing. All that matters is what you're doing. They're not talking about your life, I can tell you that. They're not sitting down, hey, have you heard about Logan? Nobody really knows who I am. I don't care. I'm not looking for numbers, subscribers. Don't care. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to be doing. If it reaches 100,000, 200,000 subscribers, great. Then I'll see what happens when I get there. I don't even have it as a goal, folks. As many personal development seminars that I've been to, follow Bob Proctor, they're all goal. I'm not a goal. I've never been that way. Now I just trust. Because now I found my sweet spot. Now I know what one of my sweet spots is. So now when I wake up and I say, I can't wait to start my day today. Everything's amazing. My life's amazing. Yeah, it's not freaking unicorns and fluffy marshmallow clouds every day. I have my ups and downs. I have my challenges, but I'm still grateful for those because it gets me back on track. But as I have often said, when you get on a wave, you ride that sucker as long as you can because it's not going to last. This wave that I'm riding right now, it's not going to last forever. It's going to change. It's going to morph. Sometimes you got to reinvent yourself. All right, let's get into some tarot, shall we? Let's switch gears a little bit and get into some tarot. Okay, so what I wanted to do tonight for all of you, or maybe it's the morning time for you and you're sipping coffee watching this as a record. Doesn't matter if it was recorded or live, right? You're getting the information. What I wanted to do is give you my synchronization of the tarot and astrology. Now, I went through the cards of illumination with my decode called Astro Alchemy. Decoded. That was what I titled it, Astro Alchemy. So if you're interested in seeing where the cards of illumination fit in that scope of things in the astrological wheel, I covered that in my Astro Alchemy. But let me go through, and this is going to pertain to every single one of you. So pay attention, please, if you want to. So in the very first house of astrology, numero uno, you have Aries, the ram. It is a fire sign. Its ruler, its celestial ruler is Mars. Even if you don't have Aries in your first house, Aries will still be in the background saying, hey, it's Aries. I'm still here. I'm still playing my role. So you are all 12 zodiac signs, ladies and gentlemen. So we synchronize now. So, okay, let's go to the tarot. What's the first card of the tarot? The Magician. The Magician is a Mars Aries energy. You may hear different, but again, I'm telling you, what is the first house? Mars. What is the first card? The Magician. Well, how do you properly synchronize it? Mars energy. Okay? Because when you come out into this world as a baby, the very first magic that you speak is when you cry. If you did. When I'm speaking right now, I'm using my Mars energy. I'm casting my spells using my Mars energy. Mars is testosterone. Every human being has testosterone. Even if you're female, you have a lowered sense of testosterone. It's interesting because testosterone and estrogen, when you put those two words together in Chaldean numerology, they come out to the number 88. But anyways, so those of you that are Aries, the Magician. If you're a Sun Aries, that's great. You have a lot of Magician energy there, obviously. And then if you have other planetary positions in there, if you have a blank house, that's okay. You still have the ability to be a magician. We are all magicians. Then you go to the house number 2, Taurus. Taurus has the 2 horns. And you get the High Priestess. So the High Priestess is a Taurian energy. 2. It's the first prime number as well in mathematics, but it's the High Priestess. Then you go into house number 3, which is Gemini owned. Actually, Taurus and Venus. Venus is ruling over Taurus. So Mars and Aries, they sync up. 1 and 2 sync up with Taurus. Taurus and Aries, they sync up together. They partner up because you have masculine and feminine in the first and second house. Beautiful. So the Magician and the High Priestess, they end up pairing up together. They can. Then you move into the third house. Those of you that are, Gemini, Sun, rising, if you have planets there, but you're all going to be Gemini because you have 12 houses in astrology. It doesn't matter if you're a Gemini Sun, if you're born in the month of June or what, it does not matter. You still will have Gemini in your chart. You have the Empress. The Empress is a Gemini card because it's the third card in the deck. And Gemini is the third astrological sign. The Empress wants to give birth to things. which to me represents the Kundalini, because Gemini is ruled over by Castor and Pollux, which are the two twins, which is the Ida and the Pingala. And that's what gives birth to things. Your Kundalini energy that runs through you creates your Taurus field. And you become this queen, this empress who gives birth to things. The house of Gemini is all about being creative, being a communicator. One of the reasons why I do what I do is because I have energy in my third house. My Rahu and Mars are in my third house. Mars and Rahu are in my third house, folks. Okay? Communication and being creative. Then we move on to you Cancerians. Sun sign, maybe even Jupiter there. Everybody's going to be a Cancerian here. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. When somebody says, what are you? I'm all 12. All of you are all 12 zodiac signs. Everybody. You move into Cancerian. Cancer is ruled by the moon. And the moon just may be running our minds. What's the fourth zodiac sign? Cancer, ruled by the moon. What's the fourth tarot card? The king, the emperor. And the emperor sits right next to the empress. I forgot to say that in Gemini, Mercury rules that. Okay, but Cancer, you have the Emperor. This is card 4, the Emperor. A lot of people say, oh, Aries energy. No. There's nothing Aries about this. This is a moon emotional king, which is tied to the sign of Cancer. It's a Cancer card. And the Emperor, card 4, the element beryllium. Then you move into the house of Leo. All of you are Leos. Some more than others. If you're born in the month of August, you have a lot more energy in the house of Leo. And we already talked about that. It's the Hierophant, the guru. 5. 5 is the busiest number there is. 5 looks like the letter S. S is tied to the word sun. Because in the 5th house of astrology, what rules it? The sun. In Chinese zodiac, what's the 5th house? The dragon. What is the dragon? The sun. The sun is the guru. And then you become the guru. You're your own guru. The word ID equals 5. Can I see your ID, please? Well, then you'd show them this card. Yeah, I'm the guru. It's okay to say you're a guru. You got to be the guru because it's your life. Stop looking for gurus. Be the guru. You're the guru, the 5. The pride, your ego, what do you desire? That's going to be tied to you being a guru. Then you move into the house number 6, which is Virgo. Remember that 6 is the first perfect number in mathematics. It's the last day of creation in theology, in Christianity and Judaism. 6 is the Mary Magdalene number. It's the cosmic mother. The number itself looks like a pregnant woman, the 6. 6th house of astrology, Virgo, is tied to health, tied to family. It's tied to your legacy because the last day of creation means legacy. If you created this planet in 6 days, the last day of your creation, it would be your legacy. So the 6th house of your astrological map means your legacy. And the 6th card in the tarot is the Lover's card. A lot of people say, oh, Gemini energy. It's a subtle Gemini energy. People say Gemini because there's 2 twins on there. No, this is the 6th tarot card. Matching up with the 6th zodiac sign called Virgo, the virgin. We're all born of, everybody has something in common. We're all born virgins. Jesus was born of a virgin. The Lovers. This does fit in the 6th nakshatra, which is called Ardra, which is in Gemini. So it does have its place there. But I'm synchronizing this with the whole numbers through the 12 zodiac signs. 6 is carbon. We're carbon-based. So you bring alchemy into this. Carbon is 6. Carbon. The beast below, 666. The Lover's card. Virgo energy. Then you go into the house number 7. 7 is tied to Libra. Libra is ruled by Venus. Venus is the symbol of the Ankh, which is all about immortality. Thoth talks about that in the Emerald Tablets. So those of you that are heavily tied to Libra or born in those months, you'll have more energy designated to those areas. But everybody has Libra energy, and it's got Ra in it, Libra. It's the scales of justice. That constellation of Libra, if you take that constellation and you place it over the White House in Washington, D.C., you're going to see that 3, 4, 5 triangle that sits right over those pillars is the constellation of Libra. If you go study when the White House was broken ground on the construction in 1808, where was the sun? In Libra. Not in tropical astrology, sidereal. Libra, the scales of justice. I think essentially when the White House was built and the government was built, it was built on a golden age. It was built on trust and integrity. That's all gone now. You're in the dark age of that government. That government had its baby stage. It had its golden age stage. Just like all empires, they rise and fall, golden age to dark age. Nevertheless, the number 7 is tied to completion, right? Because it's the day of rest and reflection. The judge, Libra. Well, it's tied to the Chariot. This is a Libra card. Fast movement. The judgment will be fast movement. You see the yin yang on there. That's the scales of justice. Black and white. Got to have one with the other. The Chariot, 7, Libra, Venus. Okay? The justice will be through Venus, love, compassion. Then we move on to the Scorpios, house number 8. Which, and I say house number 8 is your power. Scorpio, that's your power, your sexual power, which is going to run your power in your life with your money and all. The 8, the 5, and the 2, those numbers all synchronize together. 2 is running duality. 5 is running your manifestations. 8 is the bank. It's the power. That's why a lot of Scorpios are known like have this sexual energy. It's power. And we have the card called Strength, of course, because it represents power. This is a Scorpio card here, folks. Straight up. 8 represents power. I have an 8 life path. I'm dealing with power. I'm supposed to deal. I have to make the decision on what power I want to deviate. What am I going to do with it? I can use it for selfish purposes, or I can give it away and make the world a better place. That's what I chose to do during this incarnation. Taking my 8 life path and using it for the greater good. Building the utopia. Power. Okay, everybody has that in their chart. The 8th house. Then you move on to the 9th house. 9 is the mirror of the 6. 6, remember, is Virgo. 6 is the cosmic mother. It's Mary Magdalene. It's the pregnant woman, the 6. It's a G spiral, by the way, the 6. It's a spiral. It's the golden ratio. So the 6 is one spiral, the 9 is the other. They are an opposite form. The 9 is the great repeater number, matching up with the 6. The 9th house of astrology is owned and operated by Sagittarius, which is owned and operated and lorded over by the great Jupiter, Zeus, the largest planet, which is the only one that has the great red spot on it. And the card that represents the house of Sagittarius and Jupiter, which everybody has, is the Hermit. So this, the Rider-Waite deck, which pretty much paved the way for the tarot, they said that the smartest card in the deck is going to be tied to Jupiter, Zeus. It's going to be tied to the house of Sagittarius. I know you're going to get Ophiuchus in there as well, because Ophiuchus does have a little bit of, it's on the ecliptic. But that's for a different story. It's a very short-spanned sign. But this card right here, the Hermit, Sagittarius, which runs your higher mind, your philosophy, your religion, your critical thinking, your silver lining tied to whatever you're tied to. It's your Hermit card. So if you have a lot of energy in your ninth house, my Rahu and Mars is in Sagittarius. What the hell? What do you think I'm going after? My desires of Rahu is knowledge. I can't get enough of it. It won't leave me alone. Since I opened up that flower, man, it won't freaking leave me alone. I got Rahu there. So, of course, Rahu blows things out of proportion. What is the ninth house all about? The hermit, the wise one, the sage, wants to consume information, and then you got to do something with it. That's 9. All of you have that. Then you move on to house number 10. So now we get into Jupiter's daddy, which is Kronos. Kronos owns and operates the 10th house. 10, the binary number. Time. And you get the Wheel of Fortune. This card is a Capricorn card. 10th card, 10th house. 10th house is ruled by Kronos. Capricorn, the goat. The sea goat. Spinning the wheel to determine your fate. It's got the 4 fixes, signs of astrology right on there, which coincide with the 4 main gospels of Christianity. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Ox, lion, eagle, man. Pretty simple. Fire, air, water, earth. Pretty simple. The Wheel of Fortune, the 10th house. This is going to be tied to your midheaven. Now, I'm going to digress and tell all of you here. See, you have a midheaven, and then in the midheaven, it's the 10th house right there, which denotes your service to the world. So a large portion of your energy that's going to be deviated towards servicing the world will be tied to the 10th house. If you have no planets in the 10th house, if your 10th house is bare, then where's your Saturn at? Because Saturn's it's called the transponder. So then you move to the next house. So where's Saturn? Saturn may be in your 5th house. So now you got to go read what kind of energies are in your 5th house where Saturn's at. It's still going to be playing out there, but now you move down to where Saturn's at. And you figured that out. And maybe there's some energies he's hanging out with, maybe Venus, or he's hanging out with Jupiter or whatever. And then you got to figure out how to read those energies and interpret that. But you see, your ideas, before you spin the wheel to determine your fate, your ideas come from the hermit. Your higher mind, your philosophy, your religion, number 9, your 9th house of Sagittarius, is going to be right next to house number 10. And this hermit is he's going to actually feed his dad. He's going to collect the wisdom. You're going to collect the wisdom, and then you're going to say, hey, Dad, here, let me give it to you. Now you can spin the wheel. Because essentially what happens is these houses all play a role that's like a unit, and it goes counterclockwise, and they pass the baton. Once they get what they get, then they pass the baton on. So your 9th house moving into the 10th house, that's your midheaven. It's your ideas and then the execution of the ideas. These 2 cards, the Hermit and the Wheel of Fortune, Jupiter and Saturn. Your ideas and then the execution of your ideas. House number 9, house number 10. Then you move into house number 11. Which is officially the house of Aquarius. Aquarius is ruled by Uranus / Capricorn, Saturn. When Uranus was discovered in 1871, that's when it became, in my opinion, it became the sole ruler of Uranus. Uranus clearly represents Aquarius much more than Capricorn does. Uranus is the father of technology. Technology is tied to Uranus, folks. Uranus. I think I had mentioned this. The fun fact is your anus was formed before anything else in the embryo when you were a kid. Uranus. The anus is the very first thing that is created in the womb before anything else as a human being. You're assholes. So we're all assholes. It's kind of funny, right? But it's true. All right, so the 11th house of Aquarius is all about your energy, your flow of your friendship and your energy and your community. Essentially, it's your house of magic. and it's the card Justice. This card Justice is tied to the 11th house of Aquarius. So are we going to get justice? Is that what it means? Justice. Aquarius. Aquarius being being ruled over by Uranus. If you want to bring in Vedic to old school, it's going to be Saturn. Then you get into the 12th house, the last house in the lineage of 1 through 12. Pisces. Pisces is ruled by Neptune / Jupiter. You see, if you had Jupiter ruling that, then you would leave out Neptune. Same with Uranus. So each one gets a house. The 12th house is Pisces. It's the mystic. Why is it the mystic? Because it's the hangman. This is a Pisces energy. Straight up. It means enlightened. A lot of Piscean energy, man. They have a lot of challenging time because you're the mystic. The 12, this hangman gets all the energies of house number 1 through 11. Remember, it goes counterclockwise. So once you get down to number 12, man, it's a heavy energy to deal with. A lot of Pisceans, man, they're artists, musicians, a lot of them. So they're trying to tell their message through music because the music soothes their soul because it's so disruptive. Talk to a lot of Pisceans, like the tough gig. But everybody here is a Piscean because you have the 12th house somewhere in your chart. You just may not have been born in the month of when Pisces was around. But it's illumination. It's your shadow self, but it's surrendering. Surrendering, okay? And then when you go into the middle now you'd move into 13. Where would 13 go? Would you just repeat? Would you go to Aries? Well, in the cards of illumination, all the kings sit in the middle. So the first 13 is the King of Hearts. It sits in the middle of the astrological map. It doesn't sit on one of the houses. So when I synchronize these tarot cards, and you can do it several ways, that means that the 13th card, which can be tied to Ophiuchus as well, which is the serpent bearer, it's death. Why death in the middle? Because this is tied to a luminary body. If you synchronize this with alchemy, it's aluminium, which comes from the word illumin, which is a luminary body, which I talked about in my Illumination Decoded. Death. Spirit dies and comes down through the portal, through the hole, to become a human being, to become matter. And then you move into the 14, which is temperance. That goes to Aries. And then you go to 15, which is the devil. Where does the devil fit? See, a lot of people say, you know what, you'll see and hear a lot of you. And that, again, I'm not saying they're wrong. Because again, self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Someone comes up with an idea and they say, this is the way it is. Great. But to synchronize it the way I've synchronized it, the devil is Taurus energy. Does Taurus have 2 horns on it? Yep. What is Taurus ruled by? Venus. What is Venus all about? Sex. What do you got 2 people there? Sex. That's how you got here. Sex is a big marker for living in the lower chakras. This to me is a Taurus card. Not Capricorn. I know a lot of people are going to say, no, that's not that's total. Again, you got to make the truth your own. But when you go around the wheel and you properly synchronize this, Taurus gets the devil. And that means the star, the last card, the 17th card, this is under the moon. So this tells us right here, if you want to look at it this way, the star is born through the moon, the portal, which just may be how we got here. We're all born from the moon. Star card, 17th. I know, because a lot of people say, oh, this is Aquarius energy. Aquarius energy. Like, these concepts, where they come from, I don't know, man. This people regurgitate, it's Aquarius energy. But this sits in the 4th house. And then what's the 4th house ruled by? The moon. Is the moon the portal for us to become a star down here? Then, of course, the moon would be in 5th position and it would be ruled by the sun. So, again, is the moon a burnt out sun? I postulate it possibly could be. But those are the cards, folks, synchronized with the 12 astrological houses moving into the 13, 14, etc., etc. That's how I synchronize those. So now you know. And now you know you're all 12 zodiac signs, and it's inescapable for you, for me. All right. Thanks everybody for listening to that long explanation of those. I hope you got something out of that. Because it pertains to everybody. You don't have to be a specific sign. You're all 12 signs, okay? Someone asking a question about C-section. Does it make a difference? Well, there may be some trauma involved there, perhaps, but I don't think it makes a difference, really. I mean, it's just a different way of coming out. Again, you see, ladies and gentlemen, you have to add definition to these things. You have to add definition to these markers, to whatever we're talking about right here. You have to add definition to them. So when you ask a question, does being born a C-section, does that make a difference? And let's say you go read about it in a book. Someone says, yes. Yeah, this is what happened to me, and it makes a difference. And you buy into that story, you instantly and automatically attach yourself to their story. That's what you do. You've bought into their story, but remember, it's their story. It's theirs, exclusively theirs, if they were the originator of it. And if they weren't, if they were a regurgitator and you read it from this book, but it was in another book, well, you're just on the chain gang now. This is why the essence of nirvana is getting rid of, and I think it's impossible. Getting rid of all of our beliefs. That's what nails us down to the ground, these beliefs that we have. Any advice for Life Path 33? Well, you're going to be of Life Path 6. So I know people that are Life Path 33s and they're not doing anything with it. So it's meaningless. The only way you can utilize something is when you attach meaning to it. Otherwise, it just has no meaning. So it's called a Master Life Path 33, but nevertheless, it reduces down to the number 6. So I would say just resort to the number 6. Some people want to stay at 33 because it's a Master Life 33 and they feel better about that because it strokes their ego, whatever works for you. It's going to reduce down to the number 6. You're going to be a double Life Path 33, 6, 22, 4, 11, 2. Those Master Life Paths all reduce down to single digits. You're going to be both. So you should read from both. But it's a create. 33 means creation. It go to the house of Gemini. You just simplify your life, right? It's an energy you're going to be creating through the Empress magnified times 2. So you're a creator. Are you creating? You of all people, if you're a Master Life 33, are you creating? Are you an artist? Are you doing something to create in the world? Especially the Master. Remember, that's your soul contract. Your soul contract is the addition of, your life path is the addition of all digits in your birthday. And there are several ways to do this now. That's your soul contract. That is your spirit signing up to come here to play the game of life. And then when you incarnate into the body, now your adversary is your ego. So your life path's your life path's adversary is your ego. But your soul contract has a job to do, and you need to make amends with this. And realize what you desire needs to go hand in hand with your soul contract. Michael's asking about twins. What are my thoughts on twins? Well, you're going to have different names. That's going to make changes right there. You'll have the same cards, of course. But you'll have a lot of similarities, of course. but there are going to be some variations, sometimes some big variations. So we throw a big wrench in all that. That's a very challenging way to look and observe people. Are twins that are born exactly at this, 2 minutes apart. You still have use the same birthday, same birth year, same life path, same card of illumination, same tarot card. But I bet if you take the personality type test, the Briggs-Myers, I bet that personality type is going to be different. The Enneagram may be different. When you pull your totem pole, it's going to be different. That's what distinguishes you from a twin. Using as many layers as you can to decode yourself and figuring out and, like having fun with this, like eliminating anything outside of you. So I'm not saying eliminating your twin, obviously. I'm saying is pretend like that twin doesn't exist. See, the very reason why the twin exists makes you pay attention to it and makes you look at it and say, I'm that twin and I must have the same characteristics as that person. It may make you think that way. How do you know if you're a 33? You got to take your birthday and you got to add it up. Let me show all of you real quick. Where am I going with this? Oh, here. So let's say you're born on August 5th, 1956. So all your digits, they're all going to add up to the number 34, and then you're going to reduce it down to the number 7 right here. So your life path through the basic fundamentals of numerology will be the life path number 7, which is the mystic. Then you would just go right back to, what does the 7 mean? That's why numerology is so valuable, folks. That's why numerology is so valuable. Because then when you're a life path and you know what the number means, you know what your soul contract means. If you're a 7 life path, 7 is tied to the house of Lib-Ra. Lib-Ra is ruled by Venus. Lib-Ra is the scales of justice. So then you can synchronize it with theology. Is there a 7th day of creation? No, the 7th day is the day of rest and reflection. So the number 7 life path incarnated to be the analyst. If you're God and you create mankind and everything in it in 6 days, what would you be doing on the 7th day? You'd be like, whew, that was a lot of work. I think I'm just going to sit back and I'm going to be enamored by my creation. And then you start to pick it apart. You'd be like, okay, that bird's a little too annoying. I got to change that. That color doesn't look good there. I'm going to change that. You're analyzing. You're being a critic. So 7 life paths' job as a soul contract incarnated to be an analyzer of life, an analyst. That's what Lib-Ra's job is, to analyze things and make adjustments. That's why a lot of things happen in the fall time when Lib-Ra season is here, because it's time to make the adjustments after the analyzation. What does 3 mean? 3 is tied to your creativeness. 3 is tied to your brain. This is how beautiful alchemy is, folks. If you're a 3, if you're born on the 3rd, if your life path ends up becoming a 3, this will be for you. If I go to the periodic table and I show you the 3rd element, it's called lithium. And this is where, to me, the comedy comes in. What do they give people that have brain disorders, bipolar disorder? We all have bipolarism, by the way. I know, not you, though. Not you. You're the only one that doesn't have it. So you'll be the exception. But anyway, we all have gradients of bipolarism. And they give lithium to people that have bipolar disorders that literally are way out of whack, because lithium deals with the brain. The third chakra is the solar plexus, which is your second brain. That means that 3 means your creativeness. When you go to the tarot, it's the Empress right here. She wants to give birth to things through your creativeness, your brain. So if you're a 3 birthday, you're going to have some kind of artistry attached to you, some kind of communication skills. These are things that are part of your lineage or your DNA, like what you're strong at. Artistic stuff, communication, giving birth to things, speaking, using your voice. 3 life paths, same thing. Your soul contract incarnated to give birth to things through the areas of being creative, artistry, being a painter, being a singer, being a musician, being a radio show, talk show host. You know, like if you're a fan of tropical astrology, in the Placidus chart, I have 5 planets in my 3rd house. That's ruled by Gemini, which is communication. What do you think I'm doing? Communicate, 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 communicate. Even though I have it sitting there in Sagittarius, my Gemini is right across the way. That's where my node of the moon is. So what am I talking about? Anything esoteric, because it's ruled by Sagittarius and Jupiter. Higher mind, philosophies, religion, all the things I talk about, I have all that energy in the 3rd house. But Sagittarius is there, which is the Hermit card, which is all about wisdom. It's so easy to see this stuff, but you got to know the numbers, you got to know astrology, you got to know like even your personality type. Like, what's your personality type? Briggs-Myers. That's another layer to look at. That's what 3 means. 3 means your brain, thinking. Bellsprout is the life lesson number. There's a lot of terminologies for numerology. People come up with new ones all the time. So the life path is your soul contract. The life path, this is how you know what the life path is. You take all the digits of your birthday and you add them up. August 5th, 8 plus 5. I was born in 1956. 1 plus 9 plus 5 plus 6. That outcome will be your soul contract, otherwise known as your life path. Life lesson numbers, this is like, these are more layers of numerology. You can add up the consonants of your name. You can add up the vowels of your name, called your heart's desire. You get an outcome for that. You can get an outcome for the consonants in your name. There's a lot of layers to numerology. I have a 9 of diamonds birth card and a 22 light. Well, okay, so the 9 of diamonds birth card is the same birth card of Keanu Charles Reeves. Go study him a little bit. It doesn't mean you're going to be following exactly what he's doing, but what is his whole depiction in the Matrix? He became the one. But you got to know what the message means and what they were trying to interpret. The 9 of diamonds is tied to the television screen. The 9 of diamonds is card number 35, which is tied to the word simulation. This is Keanu Charles Reeves' birth card, folks. 9 of diamonds, simulation. He was Neo going down into the Matrix, the simulation. 9 of diamonds is typically a card that is representing you. Self-sufficient, independent, free thinker, doing what you got to do, doing it at a high level. Not following rules and regulations, doing you at the highest level possible. And it's on television because the 9 of diamonds is going to be the 9 of pentacles, and the 9 of pentacles is going to be card number 73, and the words "you're on television" is 73. If you're going to be involving the number 22 life path, well, then you're a builder. You're a systems builder. 22 is going to reduce down to the number 4. 22 means you're going to work really good with people, very good with people. It's master builder. Building through the 4, system, teacher, organizer. 22 in the medicine deck is the beaver, the master builder in nature. Means build a master builder, 22. So master builder at a very high level, and you're very self-sufficient and independent because that's the 9 of diamonds. Diamond sauce, I couldn't answer your question. I don't know. Again, let me do this one more time for all of you. Okay. It's very, very simple. Okay. Very, very simple. You take your month. Let's just say you were born on, in April. So you type in 4, then you put the slash there. And let's say you were born on the 13th. Put the 13 in there. Then you put a slash. And then you were born in 1983. And there's your outcome. 29 reduces down to the 11, and that's going to reduce down to the number 2. This would be a master life path 11, but it will also be the life path number 2. It will be a double life path number because you're going to always want to reduce it down to the single digit. So whatever digits you have, you add them all up individually. If you're using a calculator, you separate all these numbers. So it would look like this: 4 plus 1 plus 3. That's your birthday, right? I was born on the 13th of April. And then the year: 1 plus 9 plus 8 plus 3. That's how you do your life path. You break all the digits down separately and add them up. It's really simple. And then all you got to do is just open up a web browser and type in 11 life path, which I went over on my, I went over on my how to decode yourself. Look at it, 1.5 billion million results. 1.5 billion. You're never going to get through all those. And then you got to do the 2 as well, because the 1 plus 1 equals 2. Okay? So you're going to be a double. That's fine if you're new. If you're having trouble, just go type in how to find out your life path. See, all you got to use is the search engine as your friend. And I would just use YouTube. Go into YouTube and say, how do I find my life path? And you'll find tons of videos on how to do it if you're somebody who likes to follow somebody like you just did with me. I'm going to pin to, if you want to know what your card is, there you go. I'm going to pin it at the top. At the very top of this chat, I pinned the comment for the website, which is my friend Sharon's website. She's been doing the cards for a very long time, decades and decades. It's allinthecards.com. You just click on that website. It's going to ask you for your month and day of birth, and it will show you your primary ego birth card. And you go read about it. And I'll bet the majority of you, maybe not all of you, but the majority of you, you'll say it's about 90 to 95% accurate. Appreciate all you being here. Thanks for all your comments, support, your feedback. I'm going to switch up the card reading tonight. I'm going to do the cards of illumination and skip the tarot. Just kind of drop that in my mind. Six of Hearts. Well, 6 is the cosmic mother. It's the Mary Magdalene number. Six of Hearts means love. So it's a very caring and compassionate kind of card. Matter of fact, it's it's the card of Christmas. December 25th is the Six of Hearts card. And in the tarot, it's the Six of Cups, and it means nostalgia. So if you're a Six of Hearts kind of energy, man, you're somebody who really, you're like a child in an adult body, more than anybody else. And you want to have that for the rest of the world. You want to have people go back to roots, go back to nostalgia, go back to chivalry, go back to being, a kid again, believing in magic. And that's the Six of Hearts. It's like being born. That's what Christmas is all about. If you just get rid of all the stuff that people have attached to with their beliefs and these ideas of what Christmas means with the mistletoe and the tree and the this and the presents, if you removed every single object from Christmas, if you removed every concept of Christmas that is tied to Christmas itself, and you look to the astrological heavens and you say, okay, what's going on up there? The fractal above, the Mandelbrot set above, what's going on there? Well, around December 22nd, December 23rd, December 24th, the sun just sits there in its death mode. Because the sun has to rise up above the ecliptic. The ecliptic is what all the zodiac signs follow. They follow the sun. That's the pattern of the sun. Well, during these 3 days of December, the sun dies. Essentially, it just sits there. And then on December 25th, it rises about 1 degree north of the ecliptic. And now the sun has risen again. This is where the story of Jesus Christ comes from, folks. There's nothing pagan about it. Everybody here, I would imagine, loves the sun. I love it. I was born on the Sunday. It's the life giver. It's the logos. Photosynthesis. It gives us life. Then people turned it into man, a savior, turned it into a person. We don't know if that person was even really here, but I know the sun's here. So Christmas itself, if you're going to celebrate Christmas, you know what it means? Celebrating being a human, having a life. Celebrating life. That's what Christmas means. That's it. So when people say Jesus wasn't born on December 25th, celestial he was, if you attach Jesus to the sun. Now, if you remove Jesus from the sun and you're saying that's pagan, which pagan just means nature, well, then it wouldn't have any bearing and didn't have any merit at that point. That's why your foundation and what you believe is essential to your makeup of who you are as a human being. And then you don't need to go defend that. So the as above, the sun, the logos that gives us life every day, from that perspective, on December 22nd, 23rd, 24th, the sun dies, and then it rises 1 degree over the ecliptic, which is what all the zodiac signs follow, including the sun, on December 25th. And this is why Christmas is observed. Christmas. This is where the attachment of Jesus Christ and the sun is all about. That's where it's attached to. So if the next time you celebrate Christmas, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will remember this in the back of your mind. You're actually paying tribute to the sun. The origin is to the sun. It's to the celestial, to the logos. And because of that, this is the reason why we have life. The sun gives us life. You're celebrating life on Christmas Day. That is it, the bare bones of it. You scrape away all the dogma and all the bullshit, all the religions and what they've attached to it. Even like I was raised JW and it was like big, it was no, that's pagan. It has nothing to do with that unless you say it does. See, I'm not in that organization anymore. So that has no bearing on my life anymore. I'm not in that group. It's kind of like a quarterback gets traded to another team. I don't play for you anymore. But the team still exists. I play for another team now. Still in the NFL. Still playing for a team that's in the NFL. It's just a different team with a different jersey. Christmas means being a human being. That's it. Celebrating life. The celebration of life. Next time you do a toast with somebody, next time you raise your glass, and what do you want to do a toast to? Celebrate life. because tomorrow you may not be here. Be grateful for your life. If you want to know what your birth card is, ladies and gentlemen, listen to what I got to tell you. If you don't know what your birth card is, at the top of the chat, there is a pinned comment with a web address. Click on that, scroll down, and you'll see the month to choose, which is your month, and then the day to choose. And just like that, abracadabra, your card will be showing, and it will give you a definition of what that card means. Okay? It's no way to screw it up. Is the sun in the sky the son of God? Yep, it is, because some people say it is. You see, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of times, I would say every time you ask a question, the answer's already in the question. You wouldn't be asking the question unless you heard it from somebody told you something, and then that's why you're asking. Is this true? Well, it's true for somebody else, because that's the reason why you're asking, because you're unsure about whether it's true or not. But somebody in this world believes that it's true. So the question is the sun in the sky the son of God? And the answer would be, to some people, yes. Yes. Then you got to tack on definitions of what that means. Okay, now we got to define that. Well, what does that mean? Then you go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. Now, I'm going to give you guys another gift. Here's another one. I'm going to get a website here. Another cool one. Get it while you can, because these comments are going to come in fast. I'm going to actually show you to do it really quickly. Oh. So right here, this website is pretty awesome. I use it during my readings as a tool. This works off of the tropical zodiac wheel, by the way, so it will have its own say, but it goes by the definitions of the moon itself. So if you just, it's called moongiant.com, moongiant.com. And when you get on the landing page here, you scroll down and you click on it right here where you're born on a full moon. So you just click on that, and then you just type in, whatever. Let's just go with this. Was it April 4th? 1983, I think it was. Let's see what moon pops up here since I said this. So there you go. It's a waxing gibbous. In tropical, it's going to be Capricorn. Okay, it may move to Sagittarius, but you're concerning yourself with what the moon looked like. So let's talk about the moon a little bit. When this is like almost a 50-50 split. So you're getting half of the energy of the full moon, half of the energy of the new moon. So what does a new moon mean? New moons are the seeds. New moons, when you correlate it to a female body, it's when the seed is ready to be collaborated with the sperm, dropping the egg. And then the full moon would be the menstrual cycle when the women bleed, getting rid of. Full moon is getting rid of, new moon is taking it in, or bringing a new seed to action. That's why during a full moon, people go crazy, because the energy. Even when you look at this right here, look at this. Mosquitoes are 500%. Let me see. Here it is right here. Mosquitoes are 500% more likely to bite you. Right here. They can bite up to 500% more during a full moon. I found this out from, when I went to the beach one night on a full moon. I was like, I'm going to go out there and, no one's out there at 2 a.m. Shit, I was out there 2 minutes and I had to freaking hightail it home. Got bit up like crazy. It affects the mosquitoes. So, how can something that's not real, because some people say the moon's not real, how can it make mosquito activity go up 500%? How does it affect nature if it's not real, if it's just a hologram in the sky? It's questions you got to ask yourself. That's right. So someone said cutting hair on a full moon, cutting your hair on a new moon. New moon is planting the seed, full moon is getting rid of. Cutting. Blossom. It's ready to be picked. Full moon. Menstrual cycle getting rid of. Full moon. New moon, the egg comes in, ready to be fertilized. So if you're born on a new moon, you're kind of this person who has a lot of ideas. You may be a little bit more introvert. I was born on like the first cycle of a new moon. For me. So I can read about those characteristics and I can attach those to my decoding of who I am. Are parasites more active during full moon? Maybe. There's how far down do we want to go with this? But, like I said, I'm not just telling you that mosquitoes are 500% more active. I freaking experienced it at the beach one night. That's how I found that information. Because I went to the beach and I got eaten alive and I was hightailing it home 2 minutes later. I was like, what the hell is going on? That's how I learned that. So when people say, oh, the moon's a reflection of Earth, and I don't know. I honestly don't know what logical thinking you're using. So they probably don't know that mosquito activity goes up 500% during a full moon. It's no lunatic. The lunatics come out. Matt Meyer. Let's talk about this, and then we're going to get into what time is it? Okay. Going for almost 3 hours. Let's talk about this. I'm going to decode this song. So Matt Myers, I think you're talking about Sad But True by Metallica. Okay. Let me get this set up here. I'm going to show you real quick. And I'm going to show you how important it is to show your mother's maiden name, how much of a game changer it is. Okay? With what I'm about to show you. Let me just get all this set up here. I'm going to drop a bomb on all you guys and gals right now. Okay. Give me 1 second. All right. Okay, you guys ready? Guys and gals ready to drop a bomb on you? That song by Gap Band, I Dropped a Bomb on You. I should probably decode that since I just said it. Okay. I'm almost ready. Here we go. Okay, so here we go. We'll do some decoding in real time. Should be kind of do some drop some bombs on you right now. All right, so I'm going to start off with this guy right here. I'm going to show you how this is tied to Metallica's song Sad But True 1991 off the Black Album, which is probably their most popular album There's so many good ones. I'm a fan of all of them, from Kill 'Em All to Injustice to Master of Puppets, all. But anyways, I'm going to show you how Thomas John Ellis, the actor they casted for Lucifer, the show Lucifer, okay, which many of you have seen it, Lucifer, him and Chloe Decker. He worked for the police department, of course, because the devil's going to work for crime to fix it, right? But I'm going to show you how this is tied to the Game Master. All right? This guy right here. So Thomas John Ellis, here he is. And, obviously, big shout out to him. You go to his numerology and it's what's your question? 57. So tied to the Truman Show. The Truman Show is 57. So I had the picture of the Truman Show there. But there you go. And his first name is Thomas, which is the brother of Jesus. The twin brother of Jesus was Thomas. The Gospel of Thomas, which wasn't included in the New Testament. It's got the middle name John the Baptist. And then he's got Ellis, the Elohim. Okay? But the big marker, ladies and gentlemen, is you got to go read about this stuff. So you click on it and you scroll down, and here's his life. So Thomas John Ellis was born in Cardiff, which is Wales, which has the dragon as their flag, by the way. And he's the son of Marilyn Jean Hooper. So when it says Nee, that's that's his mother's maiden name, Hooper. Okay? So now you come here and you type in Hooper. And you get the 91. So this is what you should do with your name, with your mother's maiden name, to get you an extended aspect of who you are beyond just a birth certificate. And then you can even bring in these two together, Ellis and Hooper, and you can there's other further layers I'm going to show in my course, but it's a 91. So now what do we do with this here? Well, you can't do this with everybody, but as fate would have it, you're going to go to the periodic table. What's the 91st element on the periodic table? It's called protactinium. And it comes from the Greek word protos, meaning first, and it's the radioactive decay of protactinium, of actinium, excuse me. Now, if you take 91, the protons, and you take the atomic mass of 231, get out your calculators. You do this yourself. Pull out your calculator right now and you add up those numbers. 91 and 231. And what number do you get? All right? That's an activity for you. Then you're going to come over to the picture they chose for this element. And there it is. Bam! What is this? It's the serpent. It's the sine wave. It's Lucifer. It's the serpent. It's the sine wave. It's Lucifer, the light bringer. Now, I know a lot of people, that's Venus. Well, I'm going to tell you this is the sun. But anyways, there's this. Now, how does this fit into Metallica's song? Well, we're going to go to Metallica's song off their album, the Black Album. Here it is. And I'm going to go to we're going to go to it here. And when was it released? 1991. What was Thomas John Ellis's name? 91. Interesting. Am I stretching things? Well, let's take a look. Here's the lyrics. So let's read through these. Now, James Hetfield's going to tell you he's going to mean this, but songs were being used. But think about what it says. I'm your life. I'm the one who takes you there. I'm your life. I'm the one who cares. They betray. I'm your only true friend now. I'm forever there. And then it goes into the chorus. I'm your dream. Make you real. I'm your eyes when you must steal. I'm your pain when you can't feel. Sad but true. And it just goes on and on. See, do my work, do my dirty work, scapegoat. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is mankind being used by light. Okay? This is mankind being used. And this guy played Lucifer right here in the hit show. Born on November 17th. November 17th is the 3 of clubs card. And if I just go here, let me go to the YouTube and show you. Synchronize it right on the fly here. Anybody remember this show? Alice in Borderland? It's the Game Master. The Game Master card. Play a lot of cards here in this game. And then this kid's right there. There's a Game Master. 3 of clubs. Well, Thomas John Ellis was born on November 17th. So I'm going to go to the cards of illumination. And what's November 17th's card? Here's November. Come all the way down to the 17. 3 of clubs. Okay? So are these my opinions? Yes. But how many layers do I need to synchronize here? Okay, how many layers do I need to synchronize here? Sad but true means that your life's not your own. The spirit inside of you is. Okay? That's what that song means. I know James Hetfield's going to tell you something else. I think he talks about the church. I tried to read about it, and that's what it's. I think it's what he said. It's the church, and it's the spirit inside of you using you. Sad but true. And that's it, ladies and that's what I got right there. And that's just on the fly, man. I mean, I do this all day. 91, we can go into the golden ratio. You know, if you got out your calculators, not protactinium, 91 protons, 231 atomic mass, 91 plus 231, 322. 322 is tied to our blood types. Through the golden ratio cipher, all 8 blood types, 322. Golden ratio is tied to nature. It's okay though, you know, like I know, like I said, I'm not in this for the subscribers, and those of you that have the eyes to see, you'll see it. One day maybe you'll be able to tell the story about it. When people finally come around and they'll realize there's something to this. Yeah, I did. I broke down Azazel. I even broke that down too. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, these are all stories, part of the story. There's stories in the story. The Quran is a story. The Holy Bible is a story. The Upanishads is a story. The ancient text of Shinto from Japan is a story. If you were born in Japan, I have had these conversations with people. And I just, again, like I'm commenting less and less because I haven't mastered my emotions. I can honestly tell all of you that. I got Mars and Moolah, man. I got Mars and it's tough. It's challenging for me. So I've made the dedication to comment less. So if I don't comment on your post, don't get offended. If I just like it. If I don't like it, don't get offended. I just don't agree. But I get these people coming out and they're just, oh, well, you got to have Jesus in your life. And I'm not poo-pooing on that because it's a beautiful energy. But it's been butchered. But I had postulated this to somebody that had come out and talk about this. And I said, all right, well, let me give you a scenario. Let's say you're born in Japan, in the great country of Japan. And you're born in a family that follows the ancient text of Shinto. Well, there's no Jesus in the ancient text of Shinto. So if I get together with that family who's Christian-based, who believes in Jesus and saying, you got to believe in Jesus, otherwise you're not going to make it, and you go hang out with that family in Japan that follows the ancient text of Shinto, who's got it right? Well, if your mind instantly and automatically says, I got it right, well, you're the first person who doesn't have it right. You haven't figured out how this game works. You know, Jordan talked about, let me give you another truth bomb right now. Jordan talked about something today, which he's mentioned many times before, and that was There's only one, like in video games, there's a lot of, there's the final boss. You got to fight the final boss. How funny is it right here? Who's the final boss? It's you. So big shout out to Jordan from Waters Above. Who's the final boss? You. Why are you the 33? Because that's how many vertebrae you got. Some people have 34, that's fine. But you got to get up to the 33 no matter what. Everybody, that's why I say everybody's Jesus Christ. There's no Messiah complex here with me. Some people have more knowledge than others, doesn't matter though, because everybody's just in your world. So the amount of knowledge you have is all that matters. You're just trying to look at somebody else and you're comparing. Stop comparing. Start enjoying your life. Start realizing you are the final boss. That's what 33 means. You're the final boss. It's you against you. It's that simple, folks. It's that simple. That's how beautiful it is. It alleviates the burdens of trying to figure it. You're the final boss. See, the thing about it is with these characters, and it says, Jane says, you're mentioning Klaus Schwab, and I'm just using this as an example. That guy has no idea who I am. So why should I even give a shit about him and his movie? Not being a compassionate, heartless person, because I don't know the guy, and people that assume he's this, he's that, you don't know anything about that guy. But my take is on this reality is if someone doesn't know me, why should I pay attention to you? You're not giving me anything. The only thing that those people give if you pay attention to them is freaking, they'll end up serving you up a dish of anger, irritability, lowering your tolerance, getting you stuck down in your lower chakras, fear, worry, doubt, anxiety. That's what they're selling. I don't buy stuff like that. I don't shop at women's clothing stores. I don't buy stuff like that. I don't buy purses and shoes and blouses. I don't wear clothes like that. So why would I want to shop at some of these people in the mainstream and what they're serving up? I don't buy that shit. Well, that's not the way the world works. People are just waiting in line to get their serving of what they're dealing. If I start wearing women's clothes, folks, you better start running. All right. If I start cross-dressing, well, then we got a problem. But again, ladies and gentlemen, that's why you may see me decode certain things, but that is the only attention I pay. That is the only attention I give it. When I decoded Apple, that was the most I ever looked into Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak and their lives and where it's placed in Silicon Valley. You know, that's the most attention they got that's the most gas Apple got for me because I don't pay attention. I have Apple products. I got a Mac. I got an iPad. I like their products. I'm grateful for their products. I look at the value and what I can use, as Jordan says, the utility of what it can bring into my life. I use it as a tool. I'm grateful I have Apple products. I don't look at, well, they're this and that, and I don't do, that's not my life. If you got something that I can use, I'm grateful for it. So I like, big shout out to YouTube. Why? Because they allow me to use their platform. So I'm grateful. You should be too, because you wouldn't be listening to this streaming right now if you didn't have YouTube. You know, I got a decode coming out on Amazon. Jeff Bezos. You know, immediately, as soon as I put it out, coming soon, instantly, here they come. It's the talk. Then I can truly see people's demeanor and what they're focused on and what they're feeding in this world once they put out a comment. I can see what they're doing. So they may say, I want the utopia, but you're feeding the dystopia. So it's a big mess in your life. Because if you're one of those people, and when you think of Amazon, you think, oh, they're evil and they're trying to screw us over, and he's rich and he's this and he's. If you're doing that, you're not creating a utopia. Simple as that. It's very simple. I use Amazon all the time. I love it. I have Amazon Prime. Thank you, Amazon. It's because of them where I get some of these products. Let's shift gears a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move into some health and wellness. So I want to give you guys and gals a few tidbits here. So if you're like me and you like sleep, do you like sleep? If you like sleep, this is going to be for you. If you don't like sleep, I would ask you why you do not like sleep. Maybe you have nightmares. Okay, well. Oh, look at that. I said nightmare, and then Elvis comes on when you're caught in a trap. That's funny. See that, ladies and gentlemen? Come on, man. Scripted reality. I say nightmare, and then Elvis comes on singing You're Caught in a Trap. Yeah, okay. We're not in a scripted reality, though. That's the comedy of the divine right there. All right. That was too funny, man, right there. This is what I'm telling you, man. This is a comical reality, folks. Comical. Okay. All right. We had some fun. That was hilarious. Okay. So let's talk about some health and wellness. So if you're like me, you like sleep. I love sleep. I love it. It's like an activity that I actually look forward to doing. And, I don't need any products to sleep good. I know I'm going to sleep. Not all the time, but 95, 97% of the time, I sleep amazing. But sometimes I want to put a turbocharger on there. Sometimes I want to put a supercharger on there. Sometimes I really want to tune in to my dreams. So there are supplements you can take that can possibly do that. I'm going to say they can possibly do that. Here's one of them. And this is just a personal brand I use. So what I'm showing you right here, I bought these. I personally use them. One of my favorite supplements to take before bedtime, 30 minutes before bedtime, is magnesium. Here's the brand I'm using right now. See if I can get the camera to come on, camera. It's my lighting in here. Magnesium. This is by BioSchwartz. It's like $10. It's super cheap. They're super small too. Look how small these things are. So if you're somebody who doesn't like pills, look how small this thing is. Look at that thing. It's a tiny little pill. So if you don't like swallowing the big ones, these are tiny ones. You take 3 of these before bed, 30 minutes, woo! Sleep gets turbocharged. Then if you're someone who likes melatonin, I consider melatonin a luxury. I don't use it every day because I don't want to build up a tolerance, immunity to it if there is such a thing. And if there isn't such a thing, great. But then I save. I extend them. But this is my favorite brand of melatonin. Again, the same size pill, very small capsule, I should say. But it's the Life Extension brand. And this is their melatonin extended and immediate release. Damn camera, come on, man. Come on, camera. Pick up on that shit. Ain't gonna pick up on it, but Anyways, it's the Life Extension Melatonin Immediate IR/XR. This product right here, ladies and gentlemen, freaking amazes me how my dreams are. Just one. You only got to take one. Don't take more than one. See, less is better with melatonin. There's all these extended, like maximum 1.5 milligrams. That's it. You'll see these other ones, 3 milligrams, too much. This brand right here, I think you'll pay $10 for this. $10. Let me see if I can find the website. If you're in the US, so I've been buying a lot of supplements over the course of my life. Spent a lot of money on supplements. And of course, people want the best price, right? So let me see if I can find if they have it. Let's see. I know Amazon's got it. No, they just have the enhanced. Okay. Let me just show all of you really quickly for those of you that are in your health and wellness. This if you're in the US right here, these guys are probably the most inexpensive website for supplements. allstarhealth.com. Free shipping over $50, maybe $100, but just buy $100 worth and you'll be good to go. They have a lot of really good stuff. The pricing is really aggressive. I would definitely use these people if you have certain supplements you want to buy. Obviously, there's another one called the one I used to use before. I can't remember the name of it, but oh well. All right. Well, anyway, these guys are good right here. You're not going to be able to find those life extensions. You're going to probably have to get them on Amazon. Okay. And then the last supplement I want to talk about is for your gut health. Jordan was talking about this too on his live stream today. And many of you have issues with your gut digestion. If you are someone who suffers from GERD, if you get acid reflux, something's not working right. And you may just take like an antacid, a Tums, or take a little baking soda, which is the easiest way to get rid of acid reflux. If you have acid reflux, you just take half a teaspoon of baking soda and instantly and automatically within a few minutes, your acid reflux is gone. But that doesn't fix the problem, right? Your gut digestion's compromised. And typically when you have acid reflux, you don't produce enough stomach acid, which means you probably are not giving the body the raw materials to do that. And one of them is sodium chloride. You may be low in salt. Right? And I'm not giving nutritional advice here or not being a doctor. I'm saying you might. So you want to look into that. But one of the most important supplements to take in this day and age is a probiotic. A probiotic. Specifically, Lactobacillus and Bifidus. Like those are the two that you want to take. The L and the B. Those are the two primaries. And there's all these like 50 million strains. And it's like, man, what am I going to do with all these strains? The lacto and the bifidus. Those are the two main ones. Forget all the other ones. Just those two. Make sure it has lacto, the acidophilus, and the bifidus in it. Those are the only two that really are the main components. But if you can swing it and your budget calls for it, this is the probiotic that I use right here. Dr. Ohuri's, which is from Japan. It's fermented like 3 years. It's all plant-based. It's all sourced from plants and vegetables. It's got a prebiotic built right into it. And it's awesome. It's awesome. 3 years fermented. They come in like little capsules you push through. Pretty small. Okay, you can just do one a day if you're just doing maintenance. If you have issues, like those of you, if you have a candida overgrowth, candida being the yeast in the stomach, right? The signs of candida, you have issues with your skin. You have itchy ears. That's a sign of candida. Like you're digging in, if you have itchy ears, especially if you eat sugar and you have itchy ears, candida overgrowth. If you eat food, especially like pastas and rices, and if you get bloating, if you get distension, candida overgrowth, probably. So you got to stop feeding the sugar, and you got to go to a probiotic. And then you can also do protocols like you can get pine. What the hell is that pine stuff? Turpentine. You can do the turpentine protocol, but you got to do research on that. You can't just like, what does that mean? Well, go research it. Candida turpentine. Okay. So those are just fun stuff for nutrition, man. I mean, probiotic is one of the essential nutrients in today's day and age. You know, it's so funny. We talked about Thomas John Ellis, Hooper being 1991, sad but true, comes out about your life being used. And there's 91 essential nutrients for the body every day. 16 vitamins, 60 minerals, your amino acids, your essential amino acids, your omega-369. And then you got your probiotics on top of that, which is not really essential, but these are arsenal for the stomach. 91. Sammy's saying, I'm vegetarian. I'm just curious, what's the personal reason why you don't eat meat? Well, ethics. Ethics. Now, I've been dibbling and dabbling. I'm not going to say what I've been doing because it's too early to tell, but I've been trying some new things out. For the longest time, I was vegan. I was solely just plant-based. And, you know, I'm not running a parallel life, so I can't give you exacts as whether or not I was missing something. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I take care of myself. I work out. I'm 50. At that workout, I've been working out almost 30 years. I take supplements. I take really good supplements. I drink a lot of water. I stay hydrated. When I went vegan, I got anemia. I battled it. Iron deficiencies, the B12, it jacked me up. Now, I'm not saying this to push you away from going vegan, if that's what your choice is. I'm simply giving you my results. So because I got so tired of anemia, and my anemia, ladies and gentlemen, which is kind of, you know, oxygen is low in the blood, I started to get angina, which feels like you're having a heart attack. Chest pressure, because not enough oxygen's getting to the heart. My blood had abnormalities to it. My red blood cells. When you start getting abnormalities to your blood, well, there's a deficiency there. I was having a hard time figuring it out. So I decided a while back that I would start consuming, you know, the least thing I would feel more bad about, which was eggs. So it was my mom. So big shout out to my mom. My mom was like, have you considered eggs? And I don't like them. Back in my bodybuilding days, I would drink them raw because I know how, you know, to me, it's the most complete protein there is. But my mom was like, why don't you read about an egg? And then I read about the egg and I couldn't even believe it, man. All the years of my training and nutrition, I never realized that inside of an egg that you buy at the store, there's no animal in there. So it's a byproduct like milk. So it's the same as consuming honey. To me, ethically, that's what I believe. So there's no embryo inside of an egg that you buy at the store. There's a yolk, yes, that's the vitellus, that's the sun. Anytime you crack an egg and you see the yolk, that's the sun. The vitellus feeds the embryo once the embryo is created after incubation of 21 days, right around there. So I started to do that, and you know, I didn't get in the habit of doing it. I would do it. I wasn't consistent with it. And I still consume cheese. Not a lot because I get a lot of mucus buildup, so I can only have it very, very sparingly. You know, I do it on my reward day when I have pizza. Once a week, once every other week. That's it. Now, I know you can get into the whole aspect of, you know, these people get into, what about the animals, and, you know, this is ethically for compassion wise. I've looked at all these layers, ladies and gentlemen, as a study of nature. and these animals being treated inhumanely. And so, you know, then I got started studying kosher. Why, what is the definition of it and why they do that? Go study it. I'm not going to describe, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not saying I'm going after consuming meat. What I'm saying is why that came into play. So if you're a fan of it, if you follow, you know, Christianity, if you're raised in that and you still believe that stuff, then go study kosher. Go study the reasons why and the rules of it. Because you can't have Christianity without Judaism. You just cannot. Stop pretending that you can. The Torah is the Old Testament. You cannot have Christianity without the Old Testament. You are Jewish. It's just rebranded into what's called Christianity. That's it. It's not a bad thing. You can call it whatever you want to call it. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, when you start to really, really dig deep into how this reality works, and you start to study, like if you go study what a farmer has to do to grow soybean fields, to grow the beans. Go study what they have to do, what kind of animals they have to kill to keep them out of the soybeans so people that are vegans can consume their soy. Your perspective will change completely. I know then the vegans, they're going to adjust. And this is, again, I'm just being devil's advocate. I'm being neutral. I'm not trying to pin anybody in a corner. And I'm not a fan. I'm not saying this is the right way. You got to make the truth your own. I'm just the tour guide giving you the tour here of what most people don't want to go on a tour of. Most people do not want to go on this tour because they'll defend what they have adopted as their beliefs. And if you're in that mode of defending, you haven't figured out how life works. So if you're somebody who, especially with these people that are all flat, I see these flat earthers still, they have to come into these rooms, they have to start talking about this stuff, and that's totally fine. But man, where you been, bro? This is old news. You just see they're fresh off the banana boat. Oh yeah, Earth, there's no curve, there's no, it's like, dude, okay, I get it. Where you been? It's like 5 years old, 10 years old. Doesn't change my life. Jordan was talking about today, he's like, doesn't change my life. You got to make the truth your own, folks. What works for you may not work for me. What works for me may work for you. I don't owe you any explanations. You don't owe me any explanations. You don't have to defend your truth. But immediately and automatically in your mind, if you're sitting there pointing the finger and saying, I'm doing it wrong, you're the one who's doing it wrong. You haven't figured out how this reality works. So I'm here to tell you, man, not everybody likes this tour that I'm sharing here, but man, this is the reality of it. See, people don't want to study this stuff. That's because they just don't want to see it. So I'm telling you right now, man, the whole veganism community, it can't, you know why it came about? Because there's too many meat eaters. There's an imbalance in this world. That's the main purpose of it. But if people realize what goes into making the Beyond Meat burgers and the Impossible burgers and what has to be killed to create those and all the things that go into creating those things, man, they don't want to hear those stories. They don't want to hear it. It's an ugly truth, folks. The way this reality works, man, it's At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, the only thing that will matter is what you believe. That's it. And you don't have to defend it. You don't have to get out there and try to protest against people that are against what you believe. If that's what you want to do, that makes you feel better, and that you feel like instinctively God put you here to go do that, then go do it, because obviously people are doing it. So I'm not going to be the person to tell you that you shouldn't be doing it that way. Who am I to tell you that? I am a tour guide to show you how this reality works and how it's mapped out in the machinations of it. What you do with it after I tell and talk about it, if you're tuning in right here and listening to what I'm saying, if at that point you want to make a decision on how you're going to make your moves in life, it's all on you. If you want to turn a blind eye to certain things to keep your beliefs so you feel warm and fuzzy at night, cool. We all do that, by the way. We all turn a blind eye to certain things so we can keep our beliefs intact and we don't get any kind of guilty consciences. We don't have any kind of hard feelings or... This reality, ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful one. Life is so beautiful. But behind it all, it's very ugly. That's just the way it is. And until something makes a major change with that, because, it's people, they want to bring in their theology. Cool. I'll use it. If you want to talk shop on that, great. I got tons of catalogs about stuff like that. You want to start quoting scriptures? Let's do it. Job 41 verses 11. Everything under heaven is mine. That's God talking. Well, if it's yours, what are you doing to take care of it? That's no disrespect to the God or whatever character is that wrote that book through the minds of man. But if it was my garden, would you let it all get all crazy and chaotic the way it is? When you look at your body, when you get sick, if you get stage 1 cancer, are you just going to say, well, forget it. I'll just let it go. That's totally fine. Screw it. Psh, stage 1 cancer, no big deal. No, you hear stage 1 cancer, your ass is at the doctor's and you're going through treatments or you're going to do some kind of protocol. You get some kind of terminal disease, man, your freaking ass is more than likely going to be in fear mode and you're going to be doing something about it really quickly. Well, if you take that same aspect and use a Mandelbrot set, and you're talking about now, we're moving a fractal, we're talking about the entire planet as a whole. This place has a lot of cancer. And there ain't nothing being done about it. So if you bring theology into this and you say everything under heaven is mine, and I'm looking at this planet and I'm like, okay, well, that's allowed, that's not being changed. That's not being changed. This is not being changed. That's pretty nasty, and that's being allowed. It kind of says a lot about the story, and then I have to make my alterations on how I view the story at that point in the context of theology, if you're a fan of that stuff. So if you want to talk shop about theology, folks, I'm just going on a rant here. I don't even know how I even got here. It's just how my mind works. But I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if I was God, if I created, like I'm saying, it's like your house. Do you let freaking just shit pile up in your house? Do you just like not vacuum your house? Do you not do a spring cleaning? Do you not clean your house? Do you just let shit build up everywhere until cockroaches are running around the floor? Just leave food and everything sitting out? No. The majority of you here are not like that. When your body gets infiltrated by a flu, or what do? You're getting your teas, you're getting your roots, you're drinking your juices, you're fixing this right away because you don't want to feel like shit. Nobody does. If you got company coming over and you haven't cleaned your house in a month, what are you doing? You're doing Cinderella, man, times 1,000. Got to look good. Got company coming over. It's like whatever created this reality, man, it hasn't had any company in a while because it's letting this place run amok. And it happens over and 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 over. So the story for me is like, okay, well, why is all this stuff being allowed to happen if everything's yours under heaven? There has to be something more to this. So my foundation's based on that. Then I base my principles on that foundation. Knowledge 2020, God says, do not kill. Yeah, but in Exodus, people were ordered to go out and kill innocent children. Not by their own context, but by the God. It's just a contradiction. Do not kill, but go ahead and go kill the innocent people that are against what I'm all about. Like, oh, they're worshiping this, well, go kill them. What? Folks, these are just my opinions, but I'm a critical thinker, man. So thanks for being here. Thanks for the support. Thanks for dealing with my rants. Just telling you, man, this reality, people aren't ready to look at the reality the way it truly is. They paint their picture, they paint their reality, they put themselves inside of that, and anything outside of that they will defend. Anything outside of that reality that they've painted themselves into, and it's not encumbering their reality, they defend against it. I get it. If that's what makes you happy at the end of the day, if you feel like you got to get out there and defend, but don't let me stand in the way. I don't live your life. Fighting to me is an energy vampire. Protesting, energy vampire. I'd rather be spending my time, however many hours you're protesting, I'd rather take that and go create your utopia. I'd rather go plant some gardens for people, spending the time rather than protesting. That creates a bigger ripple, a more lasting impression on this reality. But not everybody incarnated to do that. That's not my job. I don't care what your movie's all about. I can see people's charts when I do reading. People are like, some people are just, I can see it in their charts. Some people, I've done readings for people, they're out protesting. I can see it in their charts. And you know what it gives me? It gives me a grateful heart knowing, man, I am so glad I didn't get that code. I'm so grateful that I didn't actually have to get that code to go out there and do that. That's a tough life. Can someone please explain the importance of tin? Let me show all of you something. Where the hell is it? All right, let me see if I can find it. Hang on. I'll do another truth bomb right now. If I can find it. Hang on a sec. Gray. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can find it. Is it this one? Yeah, okay. I didn't plan on doing this, but since you asked about tin, let me show you something. That's interesting. Hang on, folks. What the hell is this stuff? Okay. All right, so here's just I didn't plan on showing this. This is material I haven't released yet, but clearly it's important right now. Those of you that are asking why this one's so important, tin cans, the Tin Man in Wizard of Oz looking for his heart, played by an actor named Jack, of course. But tin is the 50th element. In God we trust in numerology equals 50. The SN on this tin right here actually comes from the word stannum, which is the Latinized spelling for tin. Tin is going to equal the number 10, which is the same as man. The average atomic mass of tin is 118. It's going to have the 119 as its most abundant. That's where you're going to get that tie in there. But what you're seeing right here is the alchemical symbol for tin, which what I'm showing right here is a mirror of the great city of St. Louis, Missouri, and the arch, the gateway to the west. And as showed in my second to last What's Your Question, I showed live with all of you how the Mississippi River that runs along St. Louis is a almost mirror image of the Nile River in Egypt. So there's something to the Great Arch in St. Louis. Okay? And it's a map, and I know I've mirrored this, right? I've taken it and I've mirrored it, but as above, so below, there's always things that are hidden esoterically. I feel like this is it right here. There is your symbol of tin. What's going on here in the great city of St. Louis? Well, what is the area code of St. Louis? How about pi? 314 is the area code. Why would St. Louis get the area code of 314? And then where's the Federal Reserve Bank located at? 411 Locust Street. Something to that, folks. But I feel like I'm working on this decode. This is obviously very premature, but I can tell you right now, this is how I feel. This is synchronized. There's something to this right here. But this is United States, as myself and Jordan, the United States is the new Garden of Eden, soon to be not, but it's the new Garden of Eden right now. But anyway. The 50th element, really, it's tied to X. That's why XRP has that as its symbol. The merger of worlds. Okay. So there you have it, 50. 50 is tied to the card called the Jack of Spades, which is the artist or the thief. The Joker and the thief. Jack of Spades. The Joker and the thief. Or the thief. And however you want to look at it. All right. Let's wind down and let's get into, I'm going to eat. I'm hungry. I did a lot of ranting tonight, so ladies and gentlemen, sorry if I didn't get to your question. But I really appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Big shout out to Stephen and Pamela, the moderators, coming in here with the wrenches, for being here, spending all this time with all of us. I appreciate each and every one of you. All right, so tonight I'm gonna do it a little different. Normally I've been using the tarot. Tonight we're gonna go with the cards of illumination, which are the typical 52/54. What's it? And why do I say 54? Because there are two jokers in a deck. So you can say one will be 0, one will be 53. 53 being iodine, the I am, but then you can also move it into 54 and you can get into Xenon and the voice in my head. But anyways, there's just, extended ways to look at this here. But let's see what we can come up with the cards of illumination for this next message. Now, 2 weeks ago, and I want to give you some updates here, ladies and gentlemen, just bear with me. I want to give you some updates from the reading a couple weeks ago. And the reading a couple weeks ago was very interesting because kind of what was happening now had a lot to do with the moon. It had a lot to do with the moon. I don't know if I'm going to get this exactly right, but let me see how I can do here. last week in the kind of the current position, we did 3 positions, past, present, future, so to speak. But in the present moment, we had a lot of tie-ins to the moon. We pulled like 4 cards, and I believe we actually pulled the moon card. But I know we also had the 5 of Wands there, I believe, but I know we had the 8 of Wands, and these were all, and I had mentioned to all of you last week, something's entering into our reality. Now, I don't know what that means. It could be a DNA activation upgrade for some of us. It could mean there's, some energy coming in here, entities coming in here, et cetera, et cetera. I just don't know. But the present moment was heavily being led to and tied to the moon, which could be the portal to get in here, to get things in here. Okay. So, and the message is pretty clear. Like I said, we're either getting, some of us getting a DNA upgrade. Maybe some people are getting downgraded, or something's coming into this reality. Something's changing. And this has been a constant message with these tarot card readings over the course of several months now, doing these, is that something new's coming in. Now, obviously, the majority of us here, I would say all of us here, would be like, we're hoping for this, this break. We're hoping for something clean, something utopian. Now, again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to encourage you from here on out, clean up your life. Get rid of your dystopian ways of life. So when something enters, because what if what's coming down is not utopian? And the way you live your life is more dystopian. See, I really hope that you will not be somebody that is cheering when the bad guys that you call bad guys, if they do. If any bad guys get taken down, you're not cheering and posting, yeah, they got it. And I hope you're past that point of living out your world. I hope you're not going to be celebrating, because that means you're partaking in it. You don't want to be partaking in any of that. Just let it do what it's got to do. Please go partake in your movie. My movie doesn't contain any of that. The only thing it contains with relation to that is when I do a decode. Other than that, man, I'm in paradise. I'm at the water. I'm at the beach. I'm at the gym. I'm outside. I'm sun gazing. I'm worshiping the sun. I'm playing with the animals. I'm feeding stray dogs and cats. I'm creating the material for all you great decoders. That's my life. This mainstream stuff's not a part of my life. And I certainly will not be one that if something goes right for the white hats, as they call it, I'm not going to be the one celebrating anything. Because it's not my game. I checked out of that game a long time ago. So just remember that, what I'm saying. Don't be out there celebrating. Because if you're out there celebrating, you haven't figured it out. That's my opinion. Don't give it energy. Okay? So I'm going to do like I did 2 weeks ago. We're going to do like a three tier. 1, 2, 3. We're going to do the bottom of the deck, the middle of the deck, the top of the deck. I've shuffled these a million times already. Well, maybe not a million, but that's an exaggeration. But I'm still shuffling here. Still shuffling. And so that's it. I'm going to cut them 3 times, and that's going to be the end of that. Okay. So there you go. So we got a deck face down on the table here, and let's just see like what's going to be coming down the pike for all of us moving forward. Like we got the past, what's happened in the past, what's coming down the pike. The now moment is all I'm concerned about anyway. And then what's the possible things that could happen encroaching, moving, or not encroaching, but moving forward. So let's pick up the deck. And at the bottom of the deck, we have the 5 of diamonds. Wow, interesting, right? Because this is the 31st card in the deck. We were talking about the moon. Did you watch my blood moon decoded that I released last night? I hope so. Well, if you didn't, that's totally fine. But in that decode, I showed Roger Waters, who wrote Dark Side of the Moon, who wrote Brain Damage, The song about the lunatic the lunatic is in my head. Lunatic and moon both equal 23. And here we are pulling it right at the bottom of the deck. Folks, come on, man. Where are we going to draw the line here? So we're starting this thing off with a bang right there. There it is, the 31st card in the deck. This is Roger Waters' birth card. He was born on September 6th, 69. This is the ride or die. Ride or die is 31. This is the 31st card. 5 is the identity of the celestials. All the celestials, just like you and I, have an identity. The identity of you is going to be heavily tied towards your ego, and your ego is your 5th house of astrology, which is your creativeness, your sex, all that drive, manifestations. That's all 5th house, ruled by the sun. So we have a celestial tied to that. 5 is the center of your dial pad. 5 looks like the letter S. The word sun starts with the letter S. So we instantly and automatically have this at the bottom of the deck. 31st card, tied to Gallium and the rooster. And what does the rooster do? It crows when the sun comes up first. So we have sun information and moon here, because Roger Waters being born on this September 6th. 5 of diamonds, okay? So we're going to put this down. Now we're going to pick from the middle of the deck now, and then we're going to get the top. I haven't looked at anything yet, so we're going to try to get as close as I can to the middle, right here with all of you. So right about there is good. We're going to slide this card up. And what do we have? We have the 4 of hearts. Now, what does this card mean? Well, in the tarot, it means it's the person that's sitting there with their arm folded and the cup's coming towards them. And it's like, okay, here's an offering. An offering's coming in. That's the tarot. What does this card mean? Well, we just go to numerology. What is 4? 4 is the square. It's the cube. It's squaring the circle, which is what I feel the moon does. Squares the earth. So we have a moon reference in the beginning here. And then we have the 4 of hearts, which means love. These are tied to fire in the cards of illumination. In the tarot, they're going to be tied to air. So we're going to have to extend on this because I don't have any idea exactly what this means. But now we're going to get to the top of the deck. And we're just going to pull this card off. Wow. So just like that, we have a pair of 4. We have a pocket 4s here. We have a 4 of spades. This is the birth card of Hugo Weaving. If you don't know who Hugo Weaving is, he is Mr. Smith in the movie The Matrix. Born on April 4th. This is Hugo Weaving's birth card. The 4 of spades. And the 4 of spades is tied to Hollywood. This is the card of Hollywood. This is the 4 of swords. 4 of swords is the 43rd card in the deck. The word Hollywood equals 43. This is tied to Hollywood. So we have a connection to Hollywood here. Hollywood being ruled by the moon. DreamWorks Pictures got the fisherman on the moon. Wow, this moon stuff, man. Like my last 2 decodes were on the damn moon. I didn't shoot. I just randomly picked them, folks. I do everything improv. Just listen to the voice in my head and I just do. Whatever feels right. So we have the 5, the 4, and the 4. Here's the first 3 set of cards that we pulled for tonight. Right there. This is what the hand looks like. 5 of diamonds, 4 of hearts, 4 of spades. So let's expand upon this and see what the hell this means right here. Okay? So let's clarify. I'm going to shuffle this a little bit. Let's clarify this 4 of hearts right in the dead center, because that's the, the now moment, really. Let's see what does this 4 of hearts mean? Let's clarify this 4 of hearts. I'm going to pick from the middle of the deck. I'm just shuffling these. We're going to pick from the middle of the deck, but let me shuffle them here in real time. So what is this 4 of hearts? We're going to clarify this. There we go. And now we're going to pull from the middle of the deck. That looks about right. There we go. Slide it up. We get this, 7 of diamonds. So this is card 33. Jordan's birth card. The great Jordan, big shout out to Jordan over waters above. Card 33. It's card tied to the 7 of Pentacles in the tarot. Card 71 tied to Lucifer. Tied to the God. God in the primes equals 71 in numerology. What does this card mean? This means, this is the spirit. This is like spirit into matter, matter into spirit. Ascension. Observing things before you take off like a rocket. In the tarot, it's the guy sweeps stuff up and he's looking at over everything he has. So now we have the 7 of diamonds, which is the animal. Remember I said that those of you that have 7 life paths, well, this has got a 7 on it. So this would fit in the house of Libra. It'll also fit somewhere else, but because it's got the 7 on there, it's going to fit in the 7th house. And what is Libra? The scales of justice. This card right here is the analyst. What is the scales of justice all about? Analyzing creation. So now we have an offer coming in. We have something squaring the circle. And then we have the analyzation of that tied together. And what's interesting is you get this pair. 47 tetragrammaton, scripted reality equals 47 in numerology. If I flip them around, you're going to get that mighty 74, which is going to be tied to tungsten, wolfram, the big W, tied to the sun. You're going to get Libra energy and moon energy right here. The house of Cancer and the house of Libra. So let's keep going. I don't know just yet what this is saying, but let's clarify the 5 of diamonds, the card that previously was pulled before the first card we got pulled. Let's clarify this 5 of diamonds. What the hell's going on with this 5 of diamonds? What is the 5 of diamonds trying to say here? Thank you so very much for showing us all this information. That's already in the context of our reality. Okay, so I'm going to pull in the middle of the deck again. There we go. Slide it up. And we get the 9 of hearts. So this card right here is card number 9 in the cards of illumination. This is going to be card number 45 in the tarot. But this card right here is endings and completions, wishes and contentments being fulfilled. This is the Pandora's box card, one of them. So we have the ride or die that we first pulled. This is tied to the game of life. In the tarot, it's card number 69, which is the game of life. It's the tough times, challenging times. But then we also have the 9 of hearts, which is card 45. So we have the 5 of diamonds, which is the ride or die / the game of life, and then the 9 of hearts, which is Pandora's box. So these are pretty crystal clear that we have it seems like there's some kind of change coming in, like we've been getting for the past few times I've been doing this. But let's now clarify the 4 of spades with this collection of cards. Now, can you please clarify the 4 of spades with what seems to be bleeding into the future days coming ahead for all of us? The 4 of spades. All right, here we go. 4 of spades. We're going to pull them very middle of the deck again. There we go. And we get the Jack of Hearts. Really interesting energy. So moving forward, we have the Jack of Hearts tied to the 4 of spades. Remembering the anchor to the outcome here is the dreamer. It's Hollywood. It's the movie. This is the sleeper, the dreamer. Daydreaming, lucid dreaming. Hugo Weaving, Mr. Smith, his birth card. Dreaming the matrix, dreaming this reality through imagination. Imagination equals 33 in numerology. 4 spades, and then the Jack of Hearts. This is card number 11. Brain equals 11. As I showed in my 2 Thieves Decoded. If you haven't seen that one, it's one of the most important decodes I've ever put out. The 2 thieves, which is just your eyes. Jesus in the middle, the 2 thieves on each side. This is the Joker and the thief. This Jack of Hearts right here is the makeup of the cross, one of the cards that fits within the golden ratio. And you know what this card means? Looking for love. In the tarot, it's going to convert to the card number 48, the Knight of Cups. And that knight is carrying the cup, and he's like, hey, what are you going to give me? I'm looking for love. You know why? Because this Jack, which is the Joker, which is the comedian. It's got the J on it, Jesus. This card is all about you incarnating, and now you want to play the game. Now you want to look for love. Not just love to mate with somebody, but things you can fall in love with. Projects. Corporations you can build. Companies you can work for. People you can hang out with. Everything and anything is tied to this. And this card right here is tied to the flower of life. This is the flower of life right here. So we now have the flower of life looking for love with the movie. This is like another setup here for a new movie coming in. I mean, a big stage setup here. All right, so let's do one more for each one of these to clarify. feel like a broken record for the past couple of months. It's like been the same story here. Okay, so let's clarify. We'll go in order. Let's clarify the middle. We're going to clarify the 4 of hearts and the 7 of diamonds here in the present moment. So let's clarify the 4 of hearts, 7 of diamonds, please. Thank you. Right in the middle of the deck. There we go. Shabam. And we got the King of Hearts. Well, it's interesting. This is the energy I'm working through right now currently for my birthday. This is the 13th card in the deck. It's tied to death. It's tied to the sun. The king tied to the sun. So we have some moon reference here. We have some sun reference here. We have some death reference here. But the King of Hearts is the King of Cups. Someone mentioned the number 50. This is card number 50 in the tarot. The King of Cups is card number 50, and God we trust is 50. 50 is the element tin. This is the element aluminium, a luminary body. It looks like this is tied to a luminary body coming to play the life. Are we going to have, like I had postulated this so many times because I'm a fan of the comics too. So I have a little bit of an influence with this stuff. But I had said, are we going to see superheroes on the world stage? I think so. I really do. But let's try to bring this home with the other two here, and then I can give my final overall interpretation of this. So now we're going to clarify the 5 of diamonds and the 9 of hearts. 5 of diamonds being 31, 9 being 9. 319. This is really interesting too. This 319. If you haven't seen my Gematria decoded, you'll see the 319 in there. It's tied to the killing name. 5 of diamonds, 9 of hearts. This is like past reference here. What was? Thank you very much. Okay, we'll get another one in the middle here. And just like that, we have the, wow. So we got my birth card. Wow. So the 8 of spades, card 47, card 58 in the tarot, Puppet Master 58. This is being trapped and limited. This is the epitome of being the human being. Spirit into matter, like now you have limitations because now you don't have the spirit aspect anymore. So what do we have here with all 3 of these? We have the ride or die with the 5 of diamonds, which is the game of life. We have the 9 of hearts, which is the Pandora's box. And then we have the 8 of spades, which is the trapped and limited card. Okay. So let's keep going. I got one more card here, and then I'm going to try to interpret all this stuff here. So now we're going to interpret the Jack of Hearts and the 4 of spades. The Dreamer, the Hollywood movie, and Looking for Love. Okay, so let's just last clarification. I may do just one overall card to clarify it all. I mean, it's endless. You can just keep going, but you got to pull the plug at some point. Okay, thank you very much. Clarify the Jack of Hearts, 4 of spades. Pull the middle of the deck. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. And wow, another 4. Wow, 3 4s in this one. So we got the 4 of clubs. Now this card is very interesting for the outcome of what's to come. We now have the 3 together. Here's the triage. 4 of spades, the Dreamer, Jack of Hearts, Looking for Love, and then the 4 of clubs being card number 17 and being tied to in the major arcana, the star card, but in the cards of illumination, it's tied to the 26th card. This is card 17, but it's the 26th card in the deck, the 4 of wands. That's the casino, the house, as in the house always wins. The casino. We have a new house being built through the Dreamer. I mean, are we just living in the dream of the cosmos? Does the cosmos go to sleep and wake up like we do? But it's longer periods of time. Let me see if I can get an interpretation of this now. I see love coming in here. I mean, I see a lot of love coming in here. Maybe we have a DNA activation upgrade of love coming in here, and it will be a minority. I see love coming into this reality, but a lot of people are going to reject it. Four of Hearts is can be a card of rejection, rejecting what's coming in, and something new coming in though after analyzing this reality. Some love coming in after realizing that you're trapped and limited, after realizing you're in this Pandora's box, in this game of life. People are heavily analyzing this reality, and they're starting to take into consideration, like, okay, I need to surrender to this energy here. And when you shut off the static in the mainstream and the news, what you're left with is love. So I feel like the interpretation of this message, ladies and gentlemen, for all of us, is to really take into consideration what the intention, what my message is here for this entire transmission. I'm here to be the tour guide, but I'm here to show you that if you stop paying attention to the things you think that are bad, if you can't handle calling those things evil and bad and satanic and loose, if you're using all these words still, if you get turned on, if you get agitated, if you have any emotional responses to these things that people are talking about, maybe you just need to stop tuning into them. Stop talking about them. It's a very simple situation. If you can turn into a presidential debate and not give any energy to any one of them, realizing they both two sides of the same coin, you've won. But if you go in there and you're like, yeah, man, Trump won, you haven't mastered that domain yet. If you're giving energy, if you're mad because Biden's doing this and that, you haven't mastered the domain yet. This is clearly saying right here, it's time to analyze. This is the analyst card. The universe is like, and it's going to use you to analyze this reality. There's an offering coming in. It wants you to analyze this reality. Take a very, very deep look. And then how is love showing up in your life? You want to be the king of love right now. How do you become the king of love in your life? You got to eliminate all the stuff that's not love. And for many of you, you're going to have to make some serious changes in your life to be a part of this moving forward. Because I see a lot of stuck energy in the past, but I see moving forward, it's a really kind of a really beautiful actually outcome here with these three. Because the Four of Spades is the dreamer, your imagination. The Jack of Hearts is the lover, looking for love. The Joker and the thief, it's, the comedian. Don't take life so seriously. Life is a joke. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you got to create your foundations. Why are all these things being allowed to happen? There has to be more to the story. And if you're like me and you lay the foundation out as like, okay, well, there's something, if all this stuff's being allowed to happen, then we have to eliminate a lot of these beliefs that we've been programmed with. And when you get rid of them, it's such a relief. And what you're left with is you're now looking for love with that Jack of Hearts, and you're creating that happy home with the Four of Clubs, foundations. The 17th card, the Four of Clubs, is tied to the major arcana called the Star card. So what kind of star do you want to be moving forward? No matter if my interpretation is way off base for you. If you're like, oh, that Logan's full of shit. Well, that's not what it means. Great. All that will matter is what you believe. But to me, the cards have clearly said, and this has been a repeated message, that this energy that's coming in, that has been coming in through these eclipses, through these placements of the planets, et cetera, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, I don't sleep where you sleep. You don't sleep where I sleep. I don't wear your shoes. You don't wear my underwear. And I certainly don't wear your bras. I can tell you that. All right? So at the end of the day, all that really matters is what you believe. That's it. But the energies, if you end up playing tribute to this, the energy is pretty crystal clear. There's a new movie coming in. There's a lot of opportunity and growth, looking for love. I'm not saying there's not going to be a shitstorm coming, because all that stuff, I think that there's a big transition of change coming. But there's an opportunity here for people to build a new house. Like, imagine where you live right now, there's a fire that breaks out tonight and you lose everything you own. Would you freak out? I want you to put yourself in this position right now, really as an exercise. If a fire broke out in your house or apartment and you lost everything you own, clothes, valuables, shoes, everything, how would you react? This is a big exercise, a big marker for some of you. Because that may end up having to be the case. You may have to walk away from all your valuables one day. And how you react emotionally may change the outcome of your scripted reality, if there's fractals that are involved here. So detach from them as many things as you can, because then you make room for this looking for love energy that's looking to establish a brand new casino here on earth. Forget about the notions of being used in predestination and scripted reality. We can talk about those and talk about those and talk about those, but ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is what you believe. That is my final answer. That will always be my final answer. Making the truth your own. Taking a little bit of what I got. Taking a little bit of what you got. Taking a little bit of what you heard or hear. Taking a little bit of what you read there. You know what really makes a great DJ? Is the song selections, the track list that they pick. I know that blending songs, being a DJ and making all these nice weird sounds and being very creative, that is definitely involving a great deal of talent. But one of the main requisites of being a good DJ is picking good songs to play. You don't show up at a Metallica concert and they're playing songs that are their B-sides. They don't really have any, but you don't go to a concert of a band who's not really that well known, but they got some hits. They're going to play all their hits because that's what people want to hear. That's why artists come out with greatest hits albums. So I can clearly see here, ladies and gentlemen, my final say on all this, to give you an analogy, to end this What's Your Question 57. And I appreciate each and every one of you for showing up. I want you to go through the exercise of you're right now having to create your greatest hits album. What does it look like? What songs are going to be contained in that greatest hits album? If I had to exchange, if you're Spotify, like, let me see your Spotify check. Let me see your track list. What are your songs? What are you going to get? Your top 10 songs to knock my socks off, to blow my doors off. What are your 10 songs that you're going to send my way? That's your greatest hits album. And you correlate that to your life, and that's like, what are your best clothes you're going to wear to come meet me? If that was the exercise. If you had to wear your best shoes, which shoes are they going to be? If you wanted to smell your best, what's your perfume or cologne of choice? I feel like this is what the universe is saying right here. Be attached to none of these things, but show up in your best dress. And the only way you can show up in your best dress authentically is getting rid of the things that no longer keep you best dressed. Choosing your best songs, choosing your best life, choosing your best experiences. Looking for love. I mean, we are in What's Your Question 57, and 57 is The Truman Show. This is a very special What's Your Question because it's tied to that 57, which is tied to the movie. You know, 57, to kind of give you another little anchor, 57 is tied to the Phoenix because the 57th element, lanthanum, has an atomic mass of 138. I mean, I got 4 phoenixes tattooed on my arm. I got these a very long time ago when I was asleep. Well, now I know what they mean, but I didn't know what they mean back then. So for me, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you right now, now's the time. It's springtime. A lot of you in Tropic, it's time to do your spring cleaning, not just physically in your house, mentally. It's time to get rid of the garbage in your life, in your mind. It's time to get rid of those people that are bloodsuckers. It's time to get rid of those people that are pushing your buttons that you can't handle. You can't handle being around. You're not a master of your domain yet. Get rid of it. See, when you get rid of, you make room for new. Like Bruce Lee said, I can't give you what I got because you got too much of what you got. All right. right, so that's what I got for you, ladies and gentlemen. What's your question 57? This has been a fun ride. I can't stress to you enough of how important it is right now to treat this as if there's a DNA activation coming in, but you will only get it if you're ready for it. I'm not saying this is true now, but the cards have been coming out the past few what's your questions, the same markers. There's a new game coming in. You got to be ready for anything. There's going to be I think there's going to be massive change. I mean, the King of Hearts, even though it's the King of Love, it is to the 13, and 13's tied to death. There's massive. I say there's massive change coming this year. I've got it pegged for this year, 2023 to 2024. This is not to institute fear. This is not a fear factory. This is not a fear factory here. I am a realist. And I'm a realist who doesn't pay attention to the mainstream. I don't let it guide me. I'm the mainstream. I've become the mainstream because I've turned off their mainstream. I didn't know what mainstream was. Now I know what mainstream is. They got their I'm the mainstream. You're the mainstream. So just you gotta start creating, and you gotta be ready for anything, folks. You having no attachments. Like I said, your house burns down, you lose everything. It's going to be a tough one. I really feel like it's going to be really challenging, man, coming down the pike. But like Pluto, the great destroyer, it's the wrecking ball. It paves the way. It's the demolition. Like the building's been there for 100 years. I'm not going to go rehab the building. I'm going to freaking just rip it down. So there's no fear factory here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a realist. Realist that looks into possibilities. I'm not saying any of these things tonight that I've said are true. They're possibilities. And that's not me trying to escape, well, you just don't want to put yourself out there. No. Not at all. I mean, listen to my podcast with Jordan. Let's talk about the financial collapse. I put myself out there. The handwriting's on the wall. It is on the wall right now that there's a shitstorm coming. That's not a fear factory shitstorm. It is just a shitstorm. Remember, I'm not attaching any labels to that. When they go and they demolition the building, there's no fear involved with that. They just demolition the building. You got to be ready for anything and not be attached to anything. It's a tall task to ask of you. Trust me. It's a tall task. I'm even the one being the tour guide telling you this, and it's a tall task. I know I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, it may be a little challenging, but it's a tall task. But folks, empires rise, empires fall. Don't be the one on the sidelines cheering if something falls and you're like, yeah, see, I told you so. Don't be that person on social media bragging. I've been telling you guys, don't be running to your family. I told you. Don't be one of those people, folks. You're better than that. You don't need to go. It's not about you, this reality. It's not about me. It's about the reality. So one last card. Let's just do a tarot card for fun. Let's do a tarot card for fun. One last message from this great transmission from this deck. Let's see what we can get. So we got the 5 of diamonds, 9 of hearts, 8 of spades, 4 of hearts, 7 of diamonds, king of hearts, 4 of clubs, 4 of spades, jack of hearts. What's the final message here? For this group, this great group here, everybody joining in. Final message for all this stuff here. What do we got? Middle of the deck, please. Here we go. There's the middle of the deck. It's the futurist. Final message is card number 24. It's tied to my birthday. I was born in 2/4. It's tied to the X chromosomes. The letter X is 24. This is the card of Elon Musk. Now, if your mind's going to be like, oh, I mean, should I go study Elon Musk? Stop paying attention to Elon Musk. Let him do what he's got to do. But the final message, launching long-term plans, the 2 of clubs, card 24. This is what you should all be focusing on yourself, putting this on your vision board in the very middle. This is you holding the world in the palm of your hands. What are you going to do about it? You know what the 2 pillars represent? The sun and the moon. That's the Ark of the Covenant. Final message for all this. Launch it. This is it, man. I got the world in the palm of my hands. New game coming in. It's the future. Something's new is coming in. Something new is coming in. And it's going to disrupt, and it's going to be a disruptor. It's going to be a disruptor. All right. I'm going to end this transmission tonight. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate each and every one of you for being here tonight. If you want to support, because a lot of people ask, because I don't do the super chat, I don't do all that stuff. I just opened a store. It's US only right now, but and I'm wearing the t-shirt. You can see the smiley face. This particular t-shirt is the lilac color. It's like a pink color. It's a pink pastel. Really good quality shirts. Very, very reasonably priced. There's a very small profit in there that goes towards helping this cause. Very small. I've done it Walmart pricing. I'm not gouging anybody. I'm not charging $40 for a t-shirt. I'm not doing that. But if you want to support me and this whole Decode Your Reality family, we have some big projects coming out. Go to my store. It's called CosmicSugar.store. CosmicSugar.store. And I got all the smileys. I have the big ones. I have the smaller ones if you don't like as big a face on there. I got all the colors: red, black, white, pastels, yellow. I got some cool memes: outlaw, professional manifester, vintage human, pretending to be human, limited edition human. I got all my favorites in there. I got coffee mugs if you're somebody who drinks coffee. They're only like $10, $12. They're not a lot. Free shipping over $50. So you just get 3 items and you got free shipping. And this is only in the United States. Sorry about that for anybody international. Eventually I'll get there, I'm sure. But if you want to support this channel, again, these are unisex t-shirts. I do have a women's section. I do have a kids section. But the unisex t-shirts are for all types of people. All right. So if you want to support this channel, this is the lilac smiley face. Okay. And that'll help support this mission that we're all on here, because we're going to be going off in different ways, I can tell you that. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, so it's been a lot of fun. This has been a really fun transmission, a really great broadcast. I really appreciate each and every one of you for being here, listening to my rants. I hope you got something out of it. I really do. Being the star in your own movie. That's what it's all about. Being the star in your own movie. All right, so let's end this with a little bit of Al De Nova, the great Al De Nova from Canada. And the song called Fantasy. Life is but a fantasy. Can you live the fantasy life? All right, ladies and gentlemen, so that's a wrap for What's Your Question 57, The Truman Show. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here, sending you a ton of love from the Caribbean here in Paradise of Mexico. Until next time, we will see you later.